Christmas looks harmless, at least from the outside. There's twinkling lights, wrapped presents, families pretending that everything's fine, just for one more night. But behind those doors, that is where it really happens. Because Christmas, it's loud. Music is blaring, people are drinking, arguments get swallowed by carols, and screams blend into laughter. The snow doesn't just look pretty, it also hides footprints. Tinsel doesn't just decorate, it strangles. Some of the worst murders on record happened with a tree still lit in the corner, stockings still hanging, and someone insisting it was supposed to be a happy Christmas. Tonight isn't about joy, it is about the cases that used holidays as camouflage. And it proves that Christmas doesn't make people better, because the worst monsters, they don't take holidays. On a cold Christmas Eve of 2008, on the quiet suburban streets of Covina, there was Christmas festive lights everywhere. There was holiday cheer and holiday spirit in the air. People were happy, people were partying with their loved ones. But one family would be completely unaware that that evening they would be met by a very sinister, evil figure. And this evil figure, this evil human being, was dressed up as Santa Claus. And this Santa Claus is like no other Santa Claus that you can imagine. This was a killer Santa Claus that had a vendetta against an entire family. And he was there to rock the peace of this family home and shatter so many hearts. Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, dressed up as Santa, full of rage and despair, when he would go over to his ex-wife's mother and father's home to their Christmas Eve party, where he would commit a mass murder spree on his ex-wife and his ex-wife's family, murdering 9 and injuring 3. This is the horrifying evil case of Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, the killer Santa Claus. Why do these bad people have to dress up as good people? Like, why dress up as Santa Claus to murder people? Like, he's meant to be the jolly old fat man. Why are we ruining him? Line right. It said that Bruce Jeffrey Pardo was born on the 24th of December of 1963. But it just seems too close to the knuckle. I don't believe for a second he was born on Christmas Eve. So I don't know when he was born. I'm going to go with 1963, but what date that was, to be confirmed. Also, like, I don't really care, but I just didn't want to think that this guy was born on Christmas Eve and then also ruined Christmas Eve. So he was born in Los Angeles of California, and throughout the 1970s he grew up in San Fernando Valley, but he would grow up pretty close to his brother Brad and then also his father. He was quite close to his mother, but it did seem like his father and his brother and him all had like a closer bond, which I guess being the men of the house kind of makes sense. So Bruce Pardo's father, he was an engineer, and he was a really good engineer, and as you can imagine, to be an engineer you have to be pretty bright up there, and this seemed to be a trait that Bruce would inherit from his father. Bruce Pardo, he was quite a smart man. He was very bright, intellectually gifted. So as we were saying, Bruce, he thrives academically, and this was like music to his father's ears. Like, he comes home with his first day in maths and his father hears the angels sing. He couldn't have been happier, because in his mind he's like, oh my god, this is a mini me. Gonna get him right into engineering, be like his dad. Cute. Bruce, he does well throughout school. He's also very liked in school as well. He was known to be really loud, like over the top loud, but people liked that about him and people found it quite endearing, and he was someone that people would want to be around. He seemed to have a huge amount of confidence, and he would just like play to the audience. He was putting on a show on the daily, let's just say. So after graduating from John Francis Polytechnic High School, he then went on to attend Cal State Northridge, and here he would study computer science. So again, the brains, He's got them. One thing about Bruce, right? He loved to be the centre of attention. He wanted all eyes on him. He wanted everyone to laugh at his jokes. I was like, oh, Bruce, you're so funny. And at his Cal State, like, graduation, he went up on stage and was carrying around, like, this huge inflatable doll with him. And, like, listen, so original, so funny. Wow. Was it a sex doll? To be confirmed, but maybe. I mean, who really knows? I'm just throwing around accusations at this point, but I'd put money on it. Friends and later colleagues of Bruce, they would say that he was so intellectually gifted, he was extremely bright, extremely smart. He would really just thrive in any sort of academic environment and job. So at one point, Bruce, he's able to get himself a job as a software engineer, and this is at Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This was in Canada Flintridge. I've probably not said that right. I've never heard of it in my life. Canada. Now Bruce, he was always trying to find a way to outsmart the systems, right? So literally the computers, he wanted to be smarter than the computers. He wanted to be the smartest man and thing in the room, and he was like, I ain't allowing these computers to beat me. So he would spend like all day on a shift trying to outsmart the systems. So at one point, whilst Bruce is, snooping around and trying to beat the machines and find out all the details he can, he was able to hack into the GPL system. And within this system, he was able to find his colleagues' salaries, and he was basically comparing his salaries with his colleagues' salaries to make sure he was getting paid the most or in line with the people who were being paid the most. Because, Bruce, he wanted to make sure he was being paid for his talents. Now, Bruce was also the kind of man that 1 minute he wants something more than anything in the world, and then when he gets it, he doesn't want it anymore. So he wants something, gets it, and he's like, actually, not for me. And a good example of this would be marriage. Bruce, 1 minute, wanted to be married, and then the next minute he was like, hell nah, marriage, not for me. So in 1988, Bruce, he is 24 years old, and he would meet a woman by the name of Delia at GPL. She was like a fellow co-worker. And honestly, poor Delia, like, she deserves so much better. So the pair, they hit it off, they're dating, and soon into their relationship, Bruce proposes to Delia, and Delia says, hell yeah, I will marry you, Bruce Jeffrey Pardo. So at first, Bruce is like, wow, this is amazing, like a woman of my dreams, can't wait to marry her, can't wait to be with her. And then he wakes up the next day and he's kind of like, oh, what have I got myself into? And they're planning this wedding, so Delia's really excited. She's like arranging the flowers, planning the meals, like chicken or fish, what do we want? Bruce just comes forward to her one day and says, oh, that wedding that we're planning, like the holy matrimony and stuff like that, I have zero money to contribute to that wedding. So do you have money to contribute to the wedding? He comes out, he admits that he's no money. But it's really strange because at this point he's still living with his mother, which, 24 years old, that's barely an age, so like, that's fine. Obviously, you can live with your mum and dad as long as you want. You could live with them your entire life if you wished. But the thing with Bruce is he wasn't paying any bills. He didn't really have any financial ties. He was basically living rent-free, and yet he still didn't have enough money to contribute to the wedding. Seems a bit sus. Like, you even got like £5. And the thing is, whilst they're planning this wedding, like Bruce and Delia, they sit down, they plan the guest list, and they've got 250 guests that they've invited. 250 mouths to feed. Bruce knows this, but Bruce has no money, and he's just spending any money he does have however he wants, and that wasn't on the wedding, I'm afraid. Now, Delia, she is a better woman than me, because if Bruce came forward and told me that, I'd be like, well, why the hell did you propose? Like, what are we meant to do here, right? Like, this is meant to be a team effort. It's a joint wedding, it's not just my wedding. Like, this is, a you and me kind of thing, so what are you going to contribute? But Delia, a great woman, she dips into her savings and she funds a country club reception wedding as well as a honeymoon to Tahiti. Listen, I've never been to Tahiti and I've never been to a country club reception, but I'm going to go on a limb here and say that that's not cheap. That would have been quite pricey. So now it's June the 17th of 1989 and it is the couple's wedding day. So, you know, the atmosphere is buzzing, Delia's excited, family and friends are showing up, getting really like gassed up for the wedding. Bruce's brother Brad is there and also his mother Nancy Windsor. They've gathered there to watch them, you know, commit to each other. But it's been an hour and Bruce still hasn't shown up. And Bruce wouldn't show up. He jilted Delia at the altar. That's bad. That's so bad. This man watched this woman spend her savings, her life savings so far, on their wedding, on their honeymoon, and didn't even have the decency to turn up, or didn't even have the decency at the time to be like, Delia, babe, this isn't actually what I want anymore. He just watched her spend her money and then he took off. Jackass. Once Delia's family kind of like, you know, suss out that Bruce isn't attending and he never really had any desire to attend, they take her home and try and shield her from everyone else. Like, she wants to avoid speaking to anyone about being jilted at the altar at her wedding, and she's trying to mentally navigate this whole situation, and she's not heard from Bruce. Bruce hasn't explained why he never showed up. He just didn't show up and took off somewhere. Now, the following week, Delia would realise that Bruce had withdrawn the $3,000 that they had in their credit union account. He has done a runner with their money. And I'm going to guess most of that, probably Delia's. Now, a few weeks go by and suddenly Delia sees Bruce Pardo. And he's looking tanned. He is looking bronzed. He's kind of given, you know, I just went to the sun and returned. Very, very bronzed. It's given Christmas with the Cranks. You know, when the dad gets a spray tan or the sunbeds or whatever he does. Kind of like that. Now, it would turn out that when Bruce had jilted Delia at the altar, he decided he was taking a trip to Palm Springs for himself and he blew all of their money there on himself. In Palm Springs. Where's the invite, Brucey boy? Now, do you know what? It's really annoying, but Bruce Pardo, for a while, he would go on to do pretty well for himself. He was earning, you know, a very healthy wage, and his friends and family, they're all still saying, oh, he's so bright, he's so smart, he's this big lovable goof. I hate, right, when someone does something to wrong someone else and people jump to their defence and they're like, oh, that's just Bruce. Like, Bruce is just like that. And they excuse bad behaviour by being like, oh, that's just them. What, you're just an absolute or an absolute and you get away with it because that's just you? No, you can't be a bad person and then get away with it because that's just you. And this was like Bruce. Like, Bruce jilts his wife at the altar and they're like, oh, he's such a lovable goof, goofy Bruce. And whilst this guy is smart, he is bright, okay, we need to give him his due because, well, he is smart and bright. But he was also described as completely lacking any common sense. No common sense whatsoever did this man possess. But now, a very good example of Bruce lacking common sense would be when he invited his friends out onto his boat one weekend and they were going to spend it on Lake Hazasu? It's one of them, or it's none of them. You let me know. But like, hey, big spender, a boat. Okay, Brucey boy. Can I ask here, like, I need to know, and I feel like you guys will tell me, but see in the US, see if you have a boat, does that mean that you have money? Or does everyone in the US have a boat? Because honestly, in the UK, if you had a boat, you're like a millionaire. Whereas in the US, I feel like it's, I don't know, I feel like you guys just live better. So please let me know. And I mean like a boat, like a boat, not like a wee pedalo or like a wee dinghy or something like that. I mean like a proper boat. Do you have boats? Anyways, so we've got a woman by the name of Tina Westman, and she had sort of met Bruce in the early 1990s and they were dating. Now, Bruce, he invites Tina to come out on the boat on Lake Hazasu, something. And at first she's kind of like, no, like, it's not really my thing. I'm not really keen on the water and boats and stuff like that. But Bruce, he convinces her and eventually Tina agrees. She's thinking, you know what, I'll go, it'll be fun, we'll have a good time, I'm sure it's fine. But during this trip, Tina nearly drowned. And I don't mean she kind of went underwater and panicked. No, Tina nearly drowned. She had fallen overboard. And the waves, everything like that, she was really struggling, and she genuinely thought at this point that she could die. And she gets pulled back onto the boat, and Bruce is laughing his ass off. He thinks it's absolutely hilarious. Bearing in mind, the woman nearly died. She was terrified for her life. But Bruce, he's just like, so funny, you fell off the boat and nearly died. And again, the friends are like, lovable Bruce, you're such a goof. I can't fathom, like, did he not understand the severity of the situation? Or did he just enjoy it? Did he just enjoy watching her nearly die and be terrified? I don't know. Now, as you can imagine, this showed Tina a different side to Bruce. And after that, all his sides, all his angles just started coming out. And she realised, you know, Bruce isn't this lovable guy like I thought he was. So the relationship goes south pretty quick after that. And family and friends, they became convinced at a point that Bruce Pardoe would never settle down. He could never be in a long-term relationship or find himself a wife, because anytime a relationship got tough or faced challenges, or, you know, if it went on too long, he would get bored and he would just make like a tree and leave. Apologies, because I definitely put on too much blush, but we're going to tone it down. Anyway, so Bruce's friends and family, they would be completely startled when in 2001, it seemed as though Bruce, he was settling down. Finally. Hallelujah. Now, he seemed like he was doing well, he seemed happy in his life, he was living with his girlfriend Elena Luciano in Woodland Hills, and they wound up having a son together. At the point when I'm telling this story, the son is 13 months old and he was Bruce Matthew. For the sake of the case, I'm going to call him Matthew, and I think they probably wound up just calling him Matthew as well, considering what happens. But I'm getting there. To outsiders looking in, it really seemed like Bruce was finally getting the life that he's always wanted. He was finally settling down, he had his own son. Things really were just perfect. And they would remain perfect for a little while, but not for long. So at this point, it is a week after New Year's, and baby Matthew, he is being watched by his father, Bruce. I use the term watch loosely because was Bruce really watching his child? No, he was more engrossed in what was going on television. So Bruce is inside, he's watching the television, he's not really paying attention because in his mind he's like, well, you know, Matthew's just playing outside, like nothing I really need to see there. So he is heavily engrossed, he is barely looking up to check on Matthew at any point. So Matthew, he's just out in the backyard playing around, and then suddenly this 13-month-old little boy would fall into their backyard swimming pool. And Bruce did not notice. He was still fixated watching the TV, and he wouldn't look up for multiple minutes. Now, shortly after, Elena, she returns home after this horrific ordeal has taken place. Could you imagine being her, walking into this situation and seeing your husband with your baby in his arms, crying, screaming, wailing, and knowing that something has happened to your son whilst you were just out the house for a little while? That must have been absolutely gut-wrenching. Now, whilst Bruce is holding Matthew in his arms, it's very clear that he is unresponsive and his body almost looks limp. Now, baby Matthew, he would be rushed to the hospital and he was resuscitated, but he would wind up being in a coma for weeks. Now, for the first week that he was in this coma, Bruce didn't leave his bedside. He sat by Matthew's bed constantly, waiting on him waking up, hopefully. Matthew's been in the hospital for a week at this point, and the doctors come in and they talk to Elena and Bruce. And the doctors tell them that their son Matthew, it's likely that he will be severely brain damaged and severely disabled. And when Bruce hears this is when he decides that he can't face it. He can't see his son like that. And he abandons Matthew and Elena right after this. And Elena and Matthew, they would never see or hear from Bruce ever again. After that day, he was out of their lives because he couldn't handle it. Are you freaking kidding? Like, are you so for real right now? You can't handle it? And listen, I totally get that when tragedy strikes a family and when things happen like what happened to Matthew, it can be devastating and it can take a toll on relationships. I know that. Absolutely. But Bruce didn't even try. Bruce didn't even try to be in Matthew's life and navigate the difficulties that would come with his son being brain damaged and disabled. Alina was left doing all of this by herself. And you know, the worst part is after Bruce abandons his family, he goes on and lives a normal life and a happy life, well, for a little while at least. At this point in time, Bruce is working as an electrical engineer. He's making good money, he's establishing himself in the business, and in 2004, he would meet a woman by the name of Sylvia Orza, formerly known as Sylvia Ortega. Now, the pair of them had been introduced through Sylvia's brother-in-law, who was also a worker at GPL. Sylvia, she was 40 years old at this point, and she was known to be just the most devoted and caring mother that a child could ever wish for. Her whole life was her children, and she had 3 children from 2 previous marriages. And both Sylvia and Bruce Pardo's family and friends, they thought that they were a really good match. They thought they'd be really good for each other. Bruce wanted a stable family, and you know, this family's already established. It's just a case of him, you know, fitting in with the family, making that effort. And Sylvia and her family, they were so down to earth and just so loving and welcoming that when Bruce came into their lives, they embraced him with open arms. And you know, he was classed as a son from the word go. So everything's going great, and on January the 29th of 2006, the couple, they would get married and they wind up buying a house. Now, this house is $565,000. It's a 3-bedroom, and this gave them a mortgage of $452,000. You know, it's expensive, but for someone in a stable, well-paying job, should be doable, right? Well, Bruce wasn't a fan of a stable job, at least no for too long. But everything starts off as sunshine and roses, as it always does. Bruce, he's growing closer to Sylvia's children, her family in general. Sylvia and Bruce have a really close bond. Everything just seems pretty perfect at this point. And to really just complete the family, the couple, they decide to buy an Akita dog that they name Sake. And Bruce, he was a regular usher for Sunday Mass at the Holy Redeemer Church. Just 1 year into the marriage, the cracks, they start to show. And let me tell you, these cracks, they're not like wee surface cracks. They're not like wee tiny chips in the woodwork. This is earthquake cracks, right? Falling apart at the seams. And it seemed that Pardo, who once absolutely loved and adored his wife, he just became so withdrawn and cold and miserable and angry and distant with her out of nowhere. Sylvia had confided in family and friends that the marriage with Bruce wasn't the sunshine and rainbows that she thought it would be, and that he was emotionally and physically distant from her, and at most times it felt like they didn't even have a marriage. She said that she felt that Bruce was no longer happy at all, and something had changed and something was just really off with him. Now, the couple, they argued a lot, like on the daily, every afternoon, every morning, every night. They were ending it with an argument, and these arguments always seemed to be about money. Now, Bruce Pardo, for whatever reason, did not want to open a joint account with his wife. What was he hiding? I don't know. Was it lack of money? Probably, because he blows all his money on God knows what. But Pardo, he had actually lost his job, his well-paying job, the job they were kind of relying on to help pay this mortgage. And the couple very soon fell into financial distress. They had to dip into their savings that they had put aside, and eventually the savings were dwindling. They have like no money. My foot's went to sleep. I'm filming on the floor so I can film in front of my Christmas tree. Oh, I hate when a foot goes to sleep and it's like you don't want to move it because it's the weirdest feeling, but to move it is the only way to get rid of it. Right, where was I before my foot rudely interrupted us? Oh yeah, so Pardo at this point is not making any money. They can barely make ends meet. In fact, they're not really making ends meet because there just wasn't enough money coming into the house and their savings were basically gone. And we all know that financial difficulty is a really major stress on any relationship and marriage, and it is a really tough time to navigate through. But Bruce just seemed like, it's not my problem, when Bruce, it's your problem. You're the one who lost your job and can't seem to find another one. So Bruce Pardo, he says that he's trying his best to find another job so he can help, you know, pay the bills and things again. But it just seemed like whenever he went for a job, he either wasn't a good fit for the company or the kind of jobs that he wanted, they just weren't hiring someone for his position, and he wasn't willing to go beneath himself to get a normal job to try and help the family. He would only go for these high up positions and then was surprised when he was getting knocked back. Honestly, if my family was struggling for money, you best believe I would be out there getting any job that I could, regardless of what it was. Well, I mean, within reason, nothing illegal. Now, Sylvia, she had become really close with Bruce's mother. Now, Bruce's mother and Sylvia, they would meet up regularly, they would confide in each other, and Bruce's mother felt as though there was something she wanted to get off her chest to Sylvia, something about Bruce and his history. And she told Sylvia that Bruce had a severely brain damaged and disabled child who he hadn't seen in years, who he abandoned, and who he was claiming as tax deduction despite not supporting his son or giving him a penny. Low life. So Sylvia hears this, and obviously she's struggling with the news because, number one, what do you mean he's got a son that he's not told me about? Number two, how the hell can you be a father and leave your severely disabled son and someone who you claim to love struggling financially, claiming them as a tax deduction when you're not even supporting them? This was not going to fly with Sylvia. This was immediately red flag, alarms going off in her head. In your head. And I mean, at this point as well, she just feels as though like their morals don't even align anymore. She doesn't even know this man. Sylvia would never do this. So how could she be with someone who would up and leave his family so easily and so quickly? She couldn't really trust him anymore. Now, she did confront Bruce, and she demanded to Bruce that he stop claiming his son as a dependent when he's not even doing anything to support him. Did Bruce listen to Sylvia? Probably not, right? Let's be honest, this guy, he's in his own world. It's Bruce land over there. So by 2007, Sylvia, she is sleeping in a different bed, in a different room from Pardo. She can't stand to be around the man. At the weekend, she was leaving to go and stay with her parents. Just anything that she could possibly do to avoid seeing her husband, because this man was just someone she didn't even recognise. So the couple at this point, they are so distant emotionally, physically, and Sylvia, she decides that it's time for her to move out the house. She does not want to be there anymore. So the couple, they officially separate on March 7th of 2008. Sylvia had asked Bruce Pardo if she would be able to remain in the house for the next couple of months, just whilst her young daughter completes kindergarten. Now, she thought Bruce would have a heart because, you know, he apparently loved Sylvia and loved her children. She thought this might be okay. So one day she heads out to her niece's 8th birthday party, and when she returns home, all her belongings are in the driveway on the street. Bruce Pardo had thrown out all her stuff. He was like, there is not a chance in hell you're getting to live here when you're separating from me. And I mean, listen, that is a low blow. I know the guy's hurting, okay, I know. But he brought it on himself. And who does that? But Sylvia did say that it was quite clear to see in Bruce's face that when she asked whether or not she could remain in the house, by looking at his face, that request went down like a fart in a spacesuit. He was not having it. As much as she was shocked that he threw out all her stuff, she did think that he would probably tell her to leave, but I just don't think she thought he would go to the extreme. Now, this must have been the straw that broke the camel's back, because not long after that, Sylvia, she filed for divorce. And once Sylvia files for divorce, she decides that she's going to go and live with her sister in Glendale, and that she has taken the children with her. And rightly so, because these are Sylvia's children that she had before she had met Bruce. And to be honest, it didn't really seem like taking the children affected Bruce all that much. But it was said that Bruce Pardo, after the separation and then filing for divorce, he apparently took this really hard. Like, he was really struggling, apparently. People around him said that he became very withdrawn and very depressed, but like, he was the issue. He was the one that drew away from his wife and was like keeping secrets and like no wanting to have a joint bank account, leaving them in financial difficulty, you know, all that jazz. So don't really feel bad for the guy, to be honest. So in April of 2008, Bruce gets himself a San Fernando attorney by the name of Stanley Silver. So this would be his attorney throughout the divorce. So Bruce, he tells his lawyer that he's actually hoping for reconciliation between him and Sylvia. He wants them to get back together, despite not really making an effort to do so, but anyway. So his lawyer would contact Sylvia's lawyer. He says, you know, Bruce, he's looking to reconcile. Do you think Sylvia would be open to it? But her attorney would inform Bruce's attorney that that door was slammed shut, dead bolted, padlocked, like he's not getting back through that door. She's over it. She just wants a divorce. And this must have hurt Bruce's little heart because he was not a happy camper. Now at this point, Pardo, he is currently working for ITT Radar Systems and he is earning a wage of $122,000 per year. A really good wage yet again. Sylvia at this point, she's working as an administrative assistant and she's only making $31,000 per year. So of course, you know, life's a bit more of a struggle for Sylvia. So on the 18th of June 2008, the judge makes an order that Bruce has to pay Sylvia a monthly sum of $1,785, which, you know, out of his large wage, that's not much. He was to pay this in spousal support and, you know, he agrees to this, but when Sylvia received the first check, it bounced. And then come the second payment, Bruce just wasn't paying her anymore. You know, spousal support, where is it? Can't see it, it's not there. Bruce wasn't giving it. Excuse me, just warming up for a second in my dressing gown because my house is freezing. We have our like heating on a timer. Certain parts in the day it dips and we live in Scotland and I'm kind of like wanting to turn it up, but also cost of living crisis. So Bruce Pardo at this point, right, the divorce, separation, going to the courts and stuff, it's really taken a toll on him, as it would anyone, okay? But we handle it like mature adults. We maybe go see a therapist and talk out how we're feeling and, you know, how to navigate a situation like this. But not Bruce Pardo. No. He has different plans in place. And it's at this point where he really starts thinking about a really awful, horrific crime that he wants to commit. So on June the 13th, he drives to Burbank and he goes into Gun World, which is exactly as it sounds. It is a shop filled with guns, okay? So he would pay $999.95 on a gun. He can't pay his spousal support, but he's got this money just going spare for a gun, okay. And he pays this in cash and he picks up a Sig Sauer 9mm handgun. So on July the 31st, Bruce Pardo, he was then fired from his good job because he was fraudulating his hours. What would that be, like billing fraudulent hours, saying he was working when he wasn't, getting more money and he shouldn't have been getting more money, all that jazz. So he was doing that, he gets his ass fired. Then, because he doesn't have an income, he then applies for unemployment compensation, but because he had been fired from his job, he wasn't entitled to this. He basically had to look for another job to get money. So August the 8th, he returns to Gun World and he would pick up another Sig Sauer 9mm handgun. Now, Californian law at this time, and I'm not sure if it's still the same, so please let me know. I should have googled it, but I didn't. Sometimes I'm stupid. The Californian law would state it basically limited the sales of a concealed weapon to one per person every month. On September the 8th, he returns yet again to the same store. He buys another Sig Sauer 9mm handgun. He then returns on October the 11th and November the 13th, and he would purchase 2 of the same gun. So what's that at this point? He's got like what, five handguns, I think. Now him being unemployed at this point, you know, it's a bad time to be unemployed because all he can really do is sit at home and stew and think about his divorce. This would take a toll on anyone, obviously. It would be really hard to just sit with all those thoughts and your life's not quite going how you planned it to go. But whilst he's sitting stewing over the divorce, he's just becoming angrier and angrier. And the person who he's angry at is Sylvia. But she didn't do anything wrong apart from get herself out of a crappy marriage. Whilst lawyers are exchanging the briefs, he is sitting at home in Montrose. He is stewing away. He is not loving his life. He would occasionally go to a Montrose bakery with his dog. The dog would sit outside. He'd sit by the window, eat his lunch, watch his dog. And that was kind of all life was offering him here. So in August and September, Pardo, he is applying for a multitude of different jobs, but it would seem like nowhere was hiring. And of course, because he doesn't have a job, he's having financial difficulty, so the judge suspends his spousal support payments. He suspends them, which, you know, doesn't really make a difference because Bruce wasn't paying them anyway, but okay. So then on September the 8th, Pardo, he reaches out to a neighbour called Jerry that owned the company Jerry's Costumes, and he would rent a Santa Claus outfit. And he pays like a $200 deposit. He promises that he's going to have it back in November, which he would not. But he had to get this like made to order. The guy was 6'4" and weighed 275 pounds, so an average Santa suit for the average male is not going to fit him. Now, also in September, a high school friend of Pardo's by the name of Steve Irwin, not the like, holy guacamole, look at that croc, not him. It was just like a normal guy, but you know, same kind of name. Also, I miss Steve Irwin. I loved that guy so much. He was so good. But anyway, so Steve, he calls Pardo and asks if he would like to attend his 45th birthday in Iowa. And this would be taking place in October. And, you know, Pardo, he's not got nothing else going on, so he agrees. And he would say it'd be really nice to see him, have a good old catch up and talk about life. Now, Steve, he had a really happy marriage and he had 6 children, which is kind of everything that Bruce Pardo wants and doesn't have. So, you know, this was going to be a bit awkward for Bruce. So in October, he goes to Iowa and he attends Steve's 45th birthday. He updates Steve on everything that's going wrong in his life. So the divorce, the children being taken away, all that jazz. And Steve said that it did seem that Bruce Pardo was embarrassed by the way his life was going. He hated the fact that his personal life was going on display to the public in court, his financial difficulties, his marital problems, everything was just being displayed for everyone to see. And he just felt really ashamed. He was also telling Steve that him and his mother barely speak now, and when it came to the divorce hearings, Pardo's mother was sitting on Sylvia's side. So she was siding with Sylvia in this divorce. And as people say, when in Rome, or, you know, in this case, when in Iowa, why don't you stop by a gun shop and purchase a wee something something? So he goes into the gun store and he would purchase 16 magazines for a handgun, and each of these held 18 bullets, which is a lot more than what you could get where he lived prior. So he then returns to California and it's time to pick up the made-to-order Santa suit, and when he requested this to be made, he did request that this had extra room. You know, just for comfort, just in case it has like one too many mince pies and eggnog, you know, a bit extra room in that costume. But we'll find that that's not what he was going to be smuggling in that costume. So at this point, Pardo, he has 5 handguns, a DeWalt compressor, a 50-foot hose and a tank of high-octane fuel. Why do we need that, Pardo? That is sounding ominous. So it'd be a week before Christmas in a Burbank courthouse where the relationship and marriage between Sylvia and Bruce would be officially terminated. Now, the reason given for the termination of the marriage was irreconcilable differences. Bruce Pardo, he was to pay his ex-wife $10,000. She also got to keep the diamond engagement ring, and she would also get to keep their dog, Saki. And this steamed Bruce's clams in more ways than we can even imagine. So the Friday before Christmas, Bruce, he goes into a Montrose travel agency and he is basically picking up a ticket to go and visit Steve and his family. So he goes in, he prices it and he's like, right, I'll go think about it. He comes back on the Monday morning and he would pay $650 cash for a round trip ticket to Illinois to go visit Steve. He was scheduled to depart at 12:20 a.m. on Christmas Day and he would return 2 weeks later. But he would never ever go to Illinois. And the week before Christmas, Pardo, he also rents a Dodge Caliber. It was like this blue colour. But he already had a car, but that wasn't enough because he gets another one. He would rent a silver Toyota RAV4. This Toyota, it was packed, like filled to the brim with like maps of southwestern US and Mexico. It had food, it had water, it had clothes, a can of gasoline, a laptop and a desktop computer. Now, why would you be needing that if you're planning on going away to Illinois by plane? Doesn't really make sense. And now at this point we will be discussing Christmas Eve, and this is when the most horrific murders would take place. on a day that's supposed to be so special would just become so horrifying. So on Christmas Eve, Bruce Pardoe, he would take the Toyota and drive it to Glendale, where he would park it outside the house of his ex-wife's attorney. Weird. At 6 p.m. that evening, he makes a call to Steve and his wife, and Steve and Michelle, Steve's wife, said Bruce seemed really down, he seemed really depressed, but when they ended the phone call, he did end it by saying, well, you know, I'll see you tomorrow. So it seemed like the plans were all still going ahead. He was still going to go to Illinois for Christmas and spend 2 weeks with them. So later again that evening, Bruce would use cocaine, and I think he was taking this to like try and rev himself up, like build himself up to the horrific crime that he was about to commit. So he goes outside, he speaks to his neighbour and his neighbour's nephew, they have a brief chat, he's wishing them a Merry Christmas, says that he'll see them later and that he's off to a Christmas party. One thing you need to know is Sylvia's family, specifically her mother and father, they hosted annual Christmas parties. And his neighbour very quickly notices how strange it is that he is getting into a completely different car, this like Dodge Caliber that's blue, when he has 2 perfectly working cars in his drive. What's the reason for that? Around 10 p.m, his younger brother Brad pulls up to the Montrose house because him and Bruce, they were meant to be attending a Christmas party together that very evening. When he pulls up, Bruce is nowhere to be seen, so where's Bruce? And Pardoe, he had also volunteered at the Holy Redeemer Catholic Church to be an usher for midnight mass. And guess what? It was a no-show. And then at 11:30 p.m. that very night on Christmas Eve, Bruce Jeffrey Pardoe, he would arrive at the home of Sylvia Ortega's parents. This was Alicia and Joseph Ortega. And as it goes with their tradition, they were hosting their annual Christmas party. Bruce at this point, he is dressed up as Santa Claus and he is carrying what looks to be a parcel, but is actually a pressurised fuel tank wrapped up to look that way. He proceeds to either ring the bell or knock on the door, and this is when his former niece, his 8-year-old niece, would come to the door. And she was ecstatic. She could not believe, like, Santa was at the door, like, what's Santa doing here? She was so excited. Bruce takes out his gun, points it at the 8-year-old little girl, and shoots her in the face. Could you imagine? Bruce then walks by the 8-year-old girl who is now on the floor and he proceeds to fire at everyone and anyone that he can possibly see before then going over to people and killing them execution style. And after these horrifying murders take place, Bruce then unwraps the present, which as we know contained the compressor, and he starts to spray this fuel all over the interior of the house before then setting it on fire. And when he lit this fire, it turned into an explosion that would rock the interior of this house as well as the exterior. This was a powerful explosion. Now, between the explosion and the gunfire that Bruce had lit off, 9 family members of Sylvia's would be dead, including herself, and 3 others would be critically injured. Now, thankfully, one of these survivors who were injured, they were able to get to the neighbour's house where they called 911 and they identified Bruce Pardoe as the killer Santa Claus. This explosion that Bruce had caused in the home, it actually left himself with 3rd-degree burns, and some of the Santa suit had even fused to his skin. So he tries to rip off what he can of this Santa suit, which, my God, must have been agonising, because if it's fused to you, it's going to take the skin clean off. Then he drives over to his younger brother Brad's house in Sylmar. He leaves the car outside his brother's house and then he would enter his brother's house. And later on, Bruce Pardoe was found dead by a self-inflicted gunshot. He had committed suicide. Now, Pardoe's rental car, that was parked like a block away from his brother's home, and inside that was the Santa suit. And somehow he had rigged the Santa suit so that if the suit was moved, it would blow up. He had basically built bombs. At Pardoe's home, the police, they uncover the 5 empty boxes where they had semi-automatic handguns. They find 2 shotguns, a container for high-octane fuel, and they also found what they described as a virtual bomb-making factory in his home. Now, I am just going to read out the victims in this case, just so you know who they all are, and also just to let you know the 8-year-old niece that got shot at the door. she would miraculously survive. But the victims who were murdered in this case was, of course, his ex-wife, Sylvia Ortega, who was only 43. Alicia Sotomayor Ortega, which was Sylvia's mother, she was 70 years old. There was also Joseph S. Ortega, who was Sylvia's father, he was 79. Charles Ortega, who was Sylvia's brother, he was only 50. He had also murdered Sylvia's sister, Sherry Lynn Ortega, who was 45. James Ortega, who was 52. Teresa Ortega, who was also 52. Alicia Ortiz, who was 46. And Michael Andrew Ortiz, who was 17. And that was Sylvia's nephew. Honestly, like, innocent people who are just trying to live their life and have some normality and have some fun, and their lives are being taken by a scumbag like him. It's just horrifying. And then he takes his own life because he's too cowardly to face what he's done and face the repercussions and the consequences. So just takes his own life. As you can probably imagine, this horrifying spree that he went on, killing his ex-wife and his ex-wife's family who he had once called his family. It completely shocked and rocked the entire community in ways that we couldn't even imagine. Children were now scared of Santa Claus. That magical man who they wait all year for, to give them presents, to fill them with excitement. They were now terrified that this Santa Claus might come to their house and kill them on a time that's meant to be so special and so happy. As always, I just hope and pray that we remember the victims of today's case, and this video is of course dedicated to the victims and the victims' families, and I'm sending love and prayer their way. On a freezing December night in 1990, the Tiede family returned to their remote cabin in the mountains, expecting warmth, safety, and Christmas memories. Instead, they would walk straight into something right out of a nightmare. Two armed intruders were already inside this cabin, just laying in wait. What would unfold was a scene of gasoline, gunfire, and terror so brutal that even seasoned investigators would later recall this as one of the most horrific crimes in Utah history. So let's start off by setting the scene, shall we? Okay, let's get used to our surroundings, let's get familiar. Oakley in 1990, this was the definition of small town rural America. I mean, the population at this point hovering under 900. That is very little people. And I hate to say something that's kind of cliche, but it really was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone's names, faces, places, businesses, cars, business. It was tucked away in Camas Valley and it sat around 45 miles east of Salt Lake City. Now, it was completely surrounded by the snowy landscapes of the Wasatch Mountains, and honestly, this was the kind of thing that looked like something out of a frickin' postcard or a horror movie. It really depends on your perspective. Now, one thing about Oakley, its winters, they weren't just cold, they were downright brutal. I mean, brutal weather conditions. Thick snow would blanket the whole town. The mountains, totally different story. This was feet. I genuinely just tried to say it was feet of snow. Foots of snow on the mountains? Foots. We'll go with foots. The temperatures would be below freezing, and then come night time they were even further below freezing. The roads that would lead out of the valley, they were usually covered in slick black ice, which is so freaking dangerous. Black ice is probably the thing that terrifies me most in the winter because you literally can't see it. Now, once you turned off the road and toward the cabins within the foothills, cars were no use. This is when you had to jump out of your car right onto a snowmobile. That is the only way you could climb up this mountain. And by doing this, this is where you would find the Tiede family cabin. Now, the Tiede family, for their cabin, they would park in this parking lot, sort of at the bottom of the slope. They would then hop on their snowmobiles and they would travel for around 2.5 miles, maybe slightly less, but roughly 2.5 miles up to the family cabin. And for many people, including the Tiede family, the serenity, the tranquility, the peace and calm that you would get due to the isolation, that was one of the most appealing aspects of the cabins up in the mountains. It was a perfect place to just bring your family, set up your Christmas traditions, maybe host a Christmas party like the Tiede family would. And whilst this isolation is lovely, whilst it has so many positives, this isolation could also be deadly. Because God forbid anything happened, you are so far away from help. Now, the community of Oakley itself, it was pretty close-knit. Like I said, everyone knew everyone, businesses, everyone supported the locals. A lot of families who lived in Oakley, it was almost like generational. So that family would live, then their family would live there, and then their family would live there. A lot of them working ranches, raising livestock, or even commuting to nearby towns for work. And the thing that was really good about this small community is the locals, they all looked out for each other. If anything seemed off, if anything seemed suspicious, they would alert each other. And let's say, for example, if anyone seen, a stranger lurking in the snowy mountains who didn't belong there, they would notice that right away. And eerily enough, just days before the Tiede family murders, there would be a stranger spotted lurking near their cabin. But when that stranger was approached and offered help, they would take off abruptly, disappearing into the woods, and that was really strange. And although this might seem like a warning sign to us when we can look back in hindsight, no one could have guessed what would happen as a result of this person in the woods. The Tiede family, they absolutely loved and adored their cabin up in the mountains. This is the place that held some of their most special memories, family Christmases, family parties. It was just this place of peace, happiness, memories, like I said, cherished times. And that is why this weekend in December of 1990, this family, they were so excited to return to their cabin, continue their traditions that they've spent years building. But all this safety and small town security that the Tiede family and the locals felt, this would be shattered on December the 22nd of 1990. Now, before we do dive into the horrifying events of December the 22nd, I think we need to meet the people who actually mean the most in this case, and that is the members of the Tiede family. So first up we have Rolf. He was the father of the family. He was 51 years old, and people would call him the anchor of the family. He was steady, he was dependable, and he was the kind of man who would handle the logistics. Like snow needs shovelled, Rolf's got it. A car needs sorted, don't worry, Rolf's got it. Your snowmobile's making a funny noise, don't worry, Rolf will check it. He was the one that kept the practical side of the cabin running smoothly every single year. Rolf was known to be very practical, very hardworking, very dependable, and above all, he was known to be incredibly protective of his friends, of his family, and he was so protective of his daughters. Rolf is described as being the kind of dad that he didn't really have to say much to reassure you. His presence alone was something that brought comfort and safety to many people, but specifically his wife and his daughters. The bond that he had with his wife, Kay, was totally unbreakable. I mean, they balanced each other perfectly. It was clear that they were meant to be, they were soulmates, they were meant to be together in their lifetime. They perfectly balanced structure and warmth, giving their daughters both the stability and love that they needed in their lives. His daughters would say that he was a perfect mix of strength and then also gentle teasing. Like, he's the kind of dad that if you're out too late, he's going to let you know about it. But in the morning, all will be forgotten and he will be up at the crack of dawn showing you how to ride the snowmobile. There was never a grudge held, there was never silent treatment, there was never any love that had to be earned. He just loved unconditionally, regardless. Not that, staying out too late warrants a dad giving anyone the silent treatment, but you know what I mean. He's just the kind of dad that he wants to move past it. He doesn't want to keep an argument going for days on end. Then we have Kay Tiede. Now, Kay, she was 49 years old and she was described as being the heart of this family. People said that Kay was a mother through and through. She radiated warmth, love, organisation, but she also had that gentle parenting style when it came to authority. It was authority that she would lay down that was enough that her daughters knew that they were safe and protected. Kay was known to be the family planner. Anything that was taking place, Kay was at the helm. She was planning it all, right down to the frosting on the cupcakes. She was truly the glue that held this family together, especially with her elderly mother living with them and being cared for. Now, regardless of how hectic life got, Kay would always ensure that traditions were honoured, plans were met, and that everyone knew that they were loved. I'm so sorry, I'm getting so sidetracked by Lola. Connor and I, my boyfriend, we were watching his mum and dad's little dog, and she is the cutest little baby ever. I would try and get her on camera, but she's so comfy. You're comfy, aren't you? You're so comfy. Yes, you are. Connor's out tonight, so we are currently chilling together. Now, this cabin to Kate, this was one of the most important places to her. It was a place where most of her happy memories had been built. She loved Christmas, she loved the holidays, and she just loved making new memories with her family every single year, for every occasion. Then we have Beth Potts, who was 76 years old at this time. Now, Beth, she was actually blind and also very immobile, which is why she was being cared for by the Tiede family. Now, sources say different things, right? Because the internet will be the internet and documentaries will be documentaries. But from what I've seen, I believe Beth, she had quite a few tragic things that happened within her life. I believe her first husband had passed away. She then remarried, and this husband actually died in a car accident that she was also in. But Beth would survive, but this is apparently the accident that left her very immobilised and also nearly completely blind. And although Beth did rely on her family for care and to help with her mobility, she was still sharp as a tack. And even though her physical health maybe wasn't the best, the fact that she got to spend time with her family every single day, the fact that she spent so much time with her granddaughters, that meant the world to her, and that almost overrode her ill physical health. Because while she might not be as active as she used to be, whilst her sight is badly compromised, she is with her family every single day, and that is all that mattered to her. It was stated by those that love Beth that she was just the warmth in this cabin. And you know what? Even if she couldn't cook, if she couldn't hang the decorations, she brought so much energy and so much love and care to this environment. And you might wonder, was the relationship between Kay and Beth strained because Kay was her primary caregiver? The answer to that is no. Kay loved the fact that she could look after her mum. She loved the fact that her mother was with her every day, and she was looking out for her mum as an act of love. It wasn't obligation. Kay didn't feel like she had to do this. She wanted to do this. Now, Beth's granddaughters had stated that they loved having her around because, she just had so many memories, She had all the family memories from when their mother was young, when their mother and father first got together. She was just like this wealth of knowledge about the family history. Then we have Lene Tiede, who was 20 years old at the time, so very much on the cusp of adulthood. I know 20 is an adult, but when I was 20, I was very much still a child in my eyes. She was balancing that line of independence and also family ties. She was mature, responsible, very much aware of the world. She would often play the role of protector and mentor to her younger sister Trisha, who was 16 at the time. And to Kay and Rolf, Lene was someone that they could depend on, someone they could trust, someone they knew wanted to help with the errands or doing the chores. She was always there ready to help. If her grandmother needed some extra care, or if Kay had to go out and she couldn't do something for Beth, Lene would step forward and she would do that, and again, out of love, not obligation. Lene's bond with Trisha was so incredibly strong. She was her protector. Like, she's going to shield you from pain, but she's also, going to have a few digs, a couple of jabs, maybe a cross word or two, the way that only an older sister can. And I speak from experience. And then we have 16-year-old Trisha Tiede. Now, she was the youngest. She was very vibrant. She was right smack bang in the middle of enjoying that teenage life where there's not really a care in the world, but there's also many cares in the world. She was bright, sensitive, full of potential, and she just adored her family, and she would lean on them, but in particular she would lean on Lene and also Kay. They had a bond that I think every parent and daughter wishes they had. Trisha would also help out with her grandmother where she could. Whether it was small tasks, big tasks, she always approached it with love and empathy. Her relationship with Lene is that typical sister bond where the younger sister, they're annoyed by their older sister, but they're also going to ask to wear their clothes and borrow their shoes, or, you know, in my case, just go into my wardrobe and take my clothes and take my shoes and then act like she didn't. But, you know, that's sister things. And although I'm saying that there was times where she could be a bit annoyed by Lene, she also always looked up to her older sister. And I know I've already said it, but I just want to stress again that for the Tiede family, this cabin, it wasn't just a cabin they had, a cabin that they would retreat to. This was Christmas headquarters. I mean, they had it down to a fine art. The day that they would go, the day that the decorations were put up, what meals would be cooked and when presents would be opened, when other family members would arrive, when they would throw the Christmas party, the Christmas gathering. It was all planned. It was all meticulous. It was all a tradition that was so special to them. Kay had named this cabin Tiede's Tranquility. And this was because of the serenity and peace that she felt while she was in this cabin. Every single December, no matter how busy life got, how hectic people's schedules were, they always penciled in their time at the cabin. It was their family ritual. It was their pause from the world. A chance for them to gather different generations under one roof and celebrate the holidays together. Now, this cabin was absolutely gorgeous. It's like dream location, dream cabin, dream layout. Picture a rustic, cosy, 2-story that's built for warmth and not for show, and yet it still looks perfect. There was these wood panel walls, there was like this sturdy fireplace that you could just get so cozy in front of. I imagine it with like a hot chocolate, marshmallows, loads of whipped cream, cookies, all that jazz. And these windows, they were like photo frames that looked out to this white snow and pines everywhere. Honestly, it looks magical. Now, some people might think, you know, it's an awful lot of effort. If you're going to this cabin, you've got to park your car, you've got to hop in a snowmobile, you've got to go up to the cabin 2.5 miles, and you've got to take the food, the presents, your clothes, suitcases, everything, okay? You need to humph it all up this big mountain. But this family stated that this extra effort made it even more special. It's like you didn't just casually drop in, you arrive, like packed and present. Now, sometimes Kay, she would go up to the cabin in advance to sort of like prepare. She wanted it to be like Christmas heaven when people walk through that door. So she was in charge of decorating, making sure that that cabin looked like Christmas threw up inside it in the best way possible. There was string lights everywhere, the stockings, they were hung on the fireplace. They had evergreen branches that just filled the air with that gorgeous pine smell. She would always put out a lot of different scented things, so like the pines, there would also be like cinnamon smells, just really festive Christmassy smells, and this was especially done for her mother Beth. Being blind, of course, she couldn't see these incredible decorations. I'm sure she could imagine it from the Christmases before. But even if she couldn't see the decorations, she could smell it all. She could take it all in that same way, so it's still so vivid for her. And that's what I'm saying. There was always extra effort when it came to this family. They always went the extra mile for each other. She would then tell the stories of the Christmases long ago when Kay was a child, when her grandchildren were children. And they would say it was almost like Beth was this scrapbook of the family history. Every year she had a new story to tell everyone. And once they were settled inside this cabin, bags unpacked, cosy pyjamas and cosy socks on, they would settle down. Cheese boards, board games, Christmas music echoing throughout. They would have snowball fights in the daytime, followed by hot chocolates in the evening to heat up again. That winter, the winter of 1990, that Christmas, it seemed to hold more significance. Kay had this thing where she wanted it to be the best Christmas to remember. She wanted her daughters to have a day that they would never forget. And in a very cruel twist, they would never forget this day. So it is 3 days before Christmas, December the 22nd of 1990, the day that these horrific events would take place that no one could ever have imagined. The Tiede family, they decide they are going to go into Salt Lake City. They're going to do last minute Christmas shopping. Kay's thinking about all the food items that she needs to pick up. It's meant to be a fun day. They hop on the snowmobiles, they drive down the mountain slope for 2.5 miles, they park the snowmobiles, they get in their vehicle, and they head off into town. Almost every single family member has a list in hand. They're like, right, I need to get this, need to get this, need to get this. One of them's probably thinking, I need to do my whole ass Christmas shopping, whereas Kay's just thinking, have I got the ingredients for the trifle, the pudding, have I organised for the other family relatives to come? Everyone's mind's just going 100 miles a minute. But it's fine, because it's Christmas. And usually people get quite stressed, they get a bit angsty and things when it's coming to last minute Christmas shopping. But for this family, it was such a special day. The vibes were immaculate. The car was driving into town, Christmas tunes were blaring. They were just so excited. This was a family who loved Christmas like no one else. They were having such a special day together. But unknowingly and devastatingly, they were completely unaware that this day would be some of their last. Now, they have had a great day, but it has been complete Christmas carnage, like fighting a stranger over the last fleece on the sail rail, that sort of vibe. They can't wait to get back to the cabin, put their feet up, have a hot chocolate, have a break, have a Kit Kat, it's going to be great. So Lene, Beth and Kay, they decide that they're going to head back to the cabin first, but Trisha and Rolf, they've got some other last minute bits that they need to do. So Lene, Beth and Kay, they arrive back at the cabin, and Lene, she is desperate to get in to run her hands under a hot tap. She said she was absolutely freezing, her hands were ice cold, she could barely move them. So she's saying to her mum, like, please hurry up, I need to get in, I need to get my hands in some warmth. So Kay opens the door, Lene sprints inside, she tells her mum, I'll be back in a minute, I'll help with the bags, I just really need to warm up. So Lene, she runs up the stairs, she is running towards the tap, and she stops suddenly because she sees almost this grey flash and it looks like someone is hiding behind the refrigerator. She's thinking to herself at this point, my cousins, like, they must be here early and going to jump out at me, try and scare me or surprise me. But she could never imagine who it was that was truly lurking behind that refrigerator. Because it wasn't a cousin. Because out from behind that refrigerator, there would appear a man, if I can even call him a man, because let's be honest, he's really not. He had really frizzy hair, he was wearing a grey sweatshirt, and he was pointing a pistol at Lene. Suddenly, Kay, she comes rushing up the stairs trying to see what's taken Lene so long. And then from the back bedroom, another guy with these thick Coke bottle style glasses, he storms out of the bedroom, pointing a gun at Kay. So now we have Lene and Kay with guns pointed directly toward them. They are terrified and they have no idea what's about to happen. Now, before we do dive into the horrific crimes that are going to take place, let's talk about these two evil specimens. And honestly, I don't even want to talk about them because they are so goddamn irrelevant, but unfortunately, they are part of this case. So first up, we have this Tiny Tim lookalike contest winner, okay? His name is Von Lester Taylor, and I have to wonder, what's he doing tiptoeing around someone else's cabin? Because surely he should be busy tiptoeing through the tulips. Now, I have to say, I have hunted high and low for information on this scumbag, but let's face it, he is so goddamn irrelevant that no one else could really be that bothered to find out the details either. Sources say that he was born on March the 26th of 1965. Whether he was or not, again, I don't really care. Some sources state that he was deemed to be quite a decent kid growing up. He didn't seem to have much bother. He was from a well-respected family. And then suddenly he gets on the wrong side of good old Johnny Law. And from there, he just fell into a consistent life of crime. This guy, he didn't even know how to behave. Now, at the time that these crimes would take place, he was currently on parole within a halfway house. He had been convicted of aggravated burglary. Now, this halfway house that he was in, he actually left this days prior, and the reason for this was because he was allowed out to try and find employment, to try and get himself a job, try to become a decent human being. This guy, he is completely incapable of such. Because when he's out hunting for a job, he decides, And do you know what? I'm kind of sick of the halfway house. I'm just never going to return. And he violates his parole. He's now a wanted man. And you might be wondering, Anna, why is a scumbag like this up at these nice fancy cabins? Well, apparently he had like a relative who actually owned one of the cabins up there. And I was thinking, okay, I mean, it makes sense why he would go there. Maybe he's, trying to go to a family member for advice or guidance. Wishful thinking from me, because what he was actually doing is he was nope, that's not it either. He was I am illiterate. He was burglarizing. Can we go with, he was burglarizing. Yeah, we're going to go with that. So he was actually burglarizing other cabins within the same area as the Tiede family cabin. And then we have his clueless accomplice, Edward Daly. Edward Daly, tell me why it looks like he got in a fight with a photocopier, because this guy, he just looks like a smudge. It genuinely looks like someone has just like taken their thumb to his face and went, smudged him. Now, his date of birth was estimated around December the 29th of 1968, and apparently he had just been released from the same halfway house that Von Lester Taylor found himself in. Now, when I was looking for his prior conviction, the only one I could find was arson, but I'm sure he was just being a complete monstrosity to society anyway. Now, the two of them, they decide, let's join forces. Let's see what we can find. Let's see what things we can steal and take, because we're low-life scumbags who will never get our own jobs with our own money and buy our own things. So the pair of them, they hitchhike up toward the cabin. Now, it is speculated that Taylor and Daly, they had actually been stalking the Tiede family for multiple days, just waiting on that perfect time to strike. And as I had briefly stated in the beginning, there was that strange guy who was lurking around in the woods, and when he was approached, he got scared off and he took off like a bat out of hell. And people believe now that person was Von Lester Taylor. So on December the 22nd of 1990, these two creepy cretins, they decide they're finally going to burglarise the Tiede cabin. They see the family head out for the day to Salt Lake City, and they try and say that they were just there to rob the family, but they take guns with them, and they also take gasoline. And I know, possibly it's just going to be this armed robbery, point the pistol, get the goods, and take off. But the gasoline, that is where you lose me. In my opinion, these murders were completely premeditated. And I could sit and slag off these two freaks all day long, but let's get back to the horrifying crimes that they would commit. So Kay, Lene's mother, she starts pleading with the pair. She says to them, listen, take whatever you want. Like, you want money, we'll give it to you. You want items, take them. Anything you want, it's yours. She even offers to write them a check because she didn't have that much cash on her. But these men, they didn't seem to want items or money. They wanted blood. Seconds later, gunshots, they would ring out throughout this cabin. She turns around and she sees that her mother has been shot and fallen to the ground. Her mother is clutching her own chest and she's saying, oh my God, I've been shot. Lene then very quickly looks over to her grandma because there was multiple shots that had rung out. When she looks over to Beth, Beth is on the ground. She has been shot in the head, and Lene heard her grandmother's final gasp for air. Then after that, it was dead silence. Lene then started to pray under her breath. She is begging and pleading with God to save her, help save the rest of her family. And Von Lester Taylor, he hears Lene praying and he says, stop it. It's no good. He told her that he worshipped the devil and that God couldn't help her. And Lene's panicking at this point. She's thinking, I'm going to be next. I'm going to die. This is my last day here on earth. But more than that, she was thinking about the fact that her sister and her father, they have no idea what's happening here. They're going to walk into this. They're going to walk into a death trap. And the idea that her sister and father could walk in and be murdered, this absolutely turned her blood cold and terrified her. She was thinking, I need to get these monsters out of this cabin before they return. So Lene says to him, listen, I'm not going to say anything. I'll say that I didn't see who shot my mum and my grandma. Please just leave. But Taylor and Daly, they tell her, no, we can't leave. There's too much evidence. We need to at least clean this up and get rid of the evidence. And the mess, by the way, that they're referring to, this is the 2 innocent women that they just shot and killed. In their own fricking cabin, mind you. These freaks, they start trying to clean up the blood, they're moving the bodies, they're covering them with blankets and snow to try and hide them and disguise them. But they get tired. There's too much blood. And then suddenly, in the distance, Lene, Deli and Taylor, they hear the snowmobiles approaching. And there is only 2 people this could be at this point in the day. And that is Rolf and Trisha. As these snowmobile sounds grew closer and closer, Von Lester Taylor, he then grabs Lene and he points a gun directly at her. Now, I am going to backpedal ever so slightly for just a second because your gut really does know when something's not quite right. So Rolf and Trisha, when they're still within Salt Lake City, Trisha suddenly gets hit with this really uneasy feeling. She feels like something terrible is either happening or going to happen to her family in that cabin. And she is so dead set that something's wrong that she says to her dad, listen, we need to get back to the cabin right now. We need to find a payphone. We need to talk to them and make sure everything is okay. So Rolf and Trisha, they go to a payphone. They phone the cabin and it rings a couple of times and then suddenly the line goes dead. And immediately Trisha and now Rolf, they think something's wrong. But what they didn't know is back at the cabin when this call came through, Von Lester Taylor, he thought, oh my God, someone actually has the cheek to call this cabin whilst I'm robbing it and murdering people. He gets so aggravated, so irritated that he rips the phone from the wall, killing the line. That is why the line went silent when Trisha and Rolf were trying to call. Now back to the present moment. Rolf and Trisha, they arrive at the cabin, they hop off of the snowmobile and they are determined to get inside to check on everyone. Once they get off the snowmobile, almost immediately, a man in a ski mask comes out from the garage, points a gun at the pair of them and demands that they get inside this cabin. Now when the pair get inside the cabin, they see Lene standing there, tears in her eyes. She is terrified and she has a gun pointed directly at her. Rolf looks at his daughter and he can tell just from that glance that Beth and Kay, something terrible has happened to them. So Taylor and Deli, they point the gun at Rolf and they demand that he gives money, his wallet, a watch if he's got one, just anything he's got of monetary value. Rolf immediately, he empties his pockets and he throws it all on the floor. He doesn't need that. All he needs is for his daughters to be safe. Once Rolf has emptied his pockets, Taylor turns to Deli and he demands that Deli shoots Rolf dead. So Deli, he points his gun directly towards Rolf. He cocks it, but he can't go through with it. He says to Taylor, I can't do it, I can't pull the trigger. And Taylor, instead of letting this man live, he cocks his gun. He points it at Rolf. He tries to fire twice, but the gun's jammed. And I was thinking at this point, thank goodness, like maybe Rolf can try and overpower them. But then he fires a third time and this shot would go off and it would hit Rolf directly in the head and face. Immediately, Rolf falls to the ground. He's not moving. And from what they can see, it doesn't look like he's breathing. We can't even imagine the terror, the fear and the horror that Lene and Trisha were experiencing at this point. To them, they've just witnessed their mother, their grandmother and their father be shot and murdered in front of them. They're in complete terror. And as they're glancing around this cabin, they start to realise, holy crap, these people, these cretins, these sick sadistic freaks, they've been here for hours. They could see that food had been made. They had eaten the family's food, they had stoked the fire, and they had even opened the family's Christmas presents. What frickin' losers. Taylor and Deli, again, they realise, we've left all of this evidence, we need to get rid of it, so they start dousing the entire home in gasoline. Not only that, but they douse Rolf's body in gasoline as well. In seconds, this cabin that was once a safe space of tranquility, serenity and peace to this family, it was now completely up in flames. So after this cabin starts to go up in flames, the men, they then order Linnea and Trisha outside. They're ordering them to get on the snowmobiles and they're basically going to ride bitch on the back. So Linnea and Trisha, they're driving separate snowmobiles and one of them has Taylor and the other one has Deli on the back. They demanded that the girls drive them down to the main road, so the 2.5 miles, and then they would take the family car and escape, basically. Both of the girls at this point, as much as they don't want to do what these murderous, sadistic weirdos are telling them to, but they had a feeling that they should comply. Driving these men for 2.5 miles, their minds were just going 1,000 miles an hour. They were thinking, should we crash into a tree and, hope that we survive? Should we try and swerve and throw them off of the snowmobiles and drive down to get help? If they could wreck the snowmobiles, could they do it in a way that they will be able to survive and make it to the main road? Now, both girls, they make their way down the mountain and they approach the main gate. As they start approaching the main gate, they see a man waiting there. This man is their Uncle Randy. Their Uncle Randy was just about to make his way up to the cabin when he sees the girls approaching. He's automatically thinking, oh, how nice, Trisha and Linnea, they've come down to greet me and maybe give me a baccy up to the cabin. Then he notices there's 2 men accompanying them. So immediately his mind goes to, oh, they've brought their boyfriends, I'll get to meet them, this'll be lovely. But as the girls approach Randy, he starts waving. He's waving, he's yelling, hey, it's me. But the girls completely blank him. They drive right past him, and Randy's thinking to himself, wait, this is weird. Why would they blank me? I'm their uncle. How rude. But the reason that the girls had blanked him is because they believed that if they acknowledged Randy, if they let these men know that this man was someone they knew, his life would be in danger. They would murder their Uncle Randy. Now, Taylor and Deli, they're all paranoid. They want to know who that man was. So when they're asking Trisha and Linnea, they say, oh, some random guy, we don't know him, but he must live nearby, I suppose. Now, Randy at this point, he is watching as his nieces continue driving on after completely blanking him, not even looking the road he was on. And he starts to feel like something really terrible is happening here. Now, the girls with the men, they eventually reach the family Lincoln vehicle. At this point, Taylor, he starts loading his gun into the trunk. Linnea and Trisha are kind of looking at each other oh, he's disarming himself. Maybe we could escape. However, at this point, Von Lester Taylor, he opens a bit of his jacket and he flashes a knife at them. And he says, oh, don't worry. I'm as good with a knife as I am with a gun. Just that threat to make sure that they don't try anything. Now, the girls, they're forced into the back of this vehicle and the men, they take off driving. Now, this car is driving back towards Randy. And Randy sees the family Lincoln vehicle approaching him. And he's thinking, oh, must be the girls now coming to pick me up. Maybe there was just a miscommunication before. But as that vehicle starts to approach Randy, Linnea's in the back and she puts her hands up, almost in a stop, don't say anything sort of motion. And at this point, Randy is so confused. What the f is going on here? Why is his nieces acting like they don't frickin' know him? But it would all make sense very, very soon. So Randy's standing, right? And he's kind of dazed and confused because what the hell is going on? And then suddenly he hears another snowmobile approaching and he's thinking to himself, great, what family member is this that's just going to ignore me? Am I not wanted at the cabin? But when he looks, he can see that the person on this snowmobile has no helmet, no gloves, no coat, and is actually bare-chested in freezing weather conditions. And then as this person gets closer, he realises that they're covered in blood, and they are drenched in blood, their entire face. And then as they get even closer, he realises it is his brother Rolf. Rolf, who was shot in the frickin' face and set alight. So Rolf, he is in bad condition. He is in critical condition at this point. And he tells Randy that his daughters have just been abducted off of the same 2 men that have just killed his wife and his mother-in-law. After he's able to tell Randy this, he then collapses to the ground and he's unconscious. Now it turns out, back at the cabin when Rolf was shot in the face,
he didn't die. I mean, of course he didn't die, Anna. He's just rode into town in a freaking snowmobile. But what he had done is he had played dead the whole time all of this was going on. He was just pretending to be dead because he was hoping that if he survived, he would be able to save his daughter's lives, or at least get justice if he had to. So what Rolf had done, right, is when the men had set the cabin on fire and then they took off in the snowmobiles, Rolf lay on that floor waiting until he heard the snowmobiles go away into the distance. At this point he gets up, but bearing in mind Rolf was doused in gasoline. He has now caught fire. His snowsuit is on fire. He immediately runs to the bathroom, he jumps in the shower, turns it on, strips himself out of his snowsuit and is able to put out the flames. Now this is why when he rode into town on the snowmobile, he was naked from the waist up. So Randy at this point, he gets his unconscious brother into the vehicle, he lays him down on the back seat and he starts to pursue the family Lincoln. And at this point, he's thinking how Trisha and Lene were thinking earlier with the snowmobile incident. He's thinking, do I run them off the road? Like, how can I make sure that my nieces are safe? But these men, I don't give a crap if they die. Now, the cell service at this point, it is terrible. So Randy is desperately trying to call 911. He eventually gets through and he tells them that he needs a life flight, which is like a helicopter ride to the hospital, basically. He says that his brother is dying, he thinks, and that 2 murderers have just abducted his 2 nieces. He tells them that the murderers have taken the family vehicle and he's describing the vehicle to the 911 operator when the line goes dead because the cell service was lost. Randy decides that instead of pursuing the vehicle, he's going to pull into the gas station and redial 911. Immediately he calls 911 back, he explains who he is, what's happened, and that he needs a life flight immediately. Now Lene and Trisha, they're still in the back of this car, they're holding each other tight, they are terrified, wondering if they're going to survive this ordeal. Suddenly a police car drives by them and they witness as this police car basically does a U-turn on the road and starts to pursue the vehicle. Now Taylor and Deli at this point, they're terrified, they're worried, they think they're going to get caught. They put the foot down on the gas and they're going over 90 miles per hour. They're driving like a pair of madmen. So they turn right and they travel down towards the canyon. They travel another mile or so and then eventually the car falls off an embankment. And when the girls look up, they see that the entire road above them is covered by police, it's covered by concerned citizens who want to make sure that these girls are okay, and every single one of them has rifles, pistols, they have come armed and ready. Obviously at this point the police, they have their guns drawn, okay, but they're not only pointing the guns at the men, they're also pointed toward the girls as well, and this really worries Trisha and Lene. Lene shouts to Trisha and tells Trisha to duck down. Both of the girls, they put their heads down, they're holding each other tight, they are hoping and praying together for the best in this situation. Police at this point, they're able to approach the vehicle and remove these 2 sick freaks because they're cowards, and when the police show up, they want to hand themselves over. They don't want to get shot. They don't want to die like the people that they just murdered did. Once the police have secured the men, they then bring the girls to safety. And Lene at this point, she's shouting at the police, she's telling them, shoot them, kill them. They murdered my mum, my dad and my grandma. Bearing in mind at this point, the girls believe that their father's dead. But because these suspects had suddenly turned into cowards and they were suddenly abiding with the police, they of course wouldn't be shot. Now Randy, he is still waiting with Rolf at this gas station when suddenly a helicopter finally arrives. Like I said earlier, Rolf, he is in critical condition. They don't know if he's going to make it. He's taken from Randy's vehicle, he's placed in this helicopter and he is transported to the nearest hospital. So then the police, they head toward the cabin and the first thing on their mind is they want to make sure that everyone who could be saved had been saved. Secondly, they wanted to make sure that any evidence they could find could be preserved. When police enter the cabin, all they can smell is burnt hair, burnt clothes, and also the smell of burnt skin. When they enter the garage, they would find a 12 to 18 inch pool of blood. As they make their way up the stairs, they see multiple bullet holes in the wall. There was also a smeared bloody handprint like someone had fallen down and tried to hold themselves up. This was like a war zone. It was a thing of nightmares. Then they find 2 bodies, Beth and Kay. The police, they check for pulses, they check for any sign of life, but unfortunately, it was clear that these 2 women were deceased. The living room floor had been so soaked and completely drenched in blood that when they looked underneath the floorboards, there was icicles of blood. The police at this point, they haven't even realised that the top floor of the cabin was on fire. They wouldn't realise until they stepped into the room and walked into the smoke. Now, immediately at this point, obviously they're thinking about preserving the crime scene, but more than that, they're also thinking about what can they preserve for these family members who have lost their mother, their wife, their grandmother, their mother-in-law. Now, as they're looking through the top floor, they would find a VCR camera, and this was sitting on the coffee table. At this point, they're thinking it probably has family footage, it'll have family memories, precious moments that hopefully one day the survivors can look back on. So they take this from the cabin, and when it's back at the station, they review the footage, and at first, everything seems normal, everything seems as it should be. Family playing board games, drinking hot chocolate, singing Christmas songs. But this would very quickly turn sinister because at one point in this tape, the tone completely switches. On the camera is 2 men, a Tiny Tim lookalike and a smudged fingerprint. It's Von Lester Taylor and Edward Delly. After they have broken into this family cabin, they decided that they were going to create their own home movie. They filmed themselves laughing and joking, eating the family's food and opening up the family presents. It was also stated that the men had even helped themselves to Rolf's clothes and had actually changed into them. They are literally playing house like a bunch of kids. Well, you know, if the kids were the spawns of Satan.
I don't know. Okay. I don't think I got all of this.
How come your light flashing on the phone to that?
I don't know.
Find out.
How am I supposed to find out?
The instructions. And LeMay. Come on, pass them. Oh, wow.
What is it?
Baseball card.
Okay. Let's see a couple of them.
Oh, the football and basketball.
Show them this way. Send them this way. Okay. Next page.
Now, Kay Tiede and Beth Potts, they would be laid to rest on the same day, 3 days after Christmas. They were both remembered as strong, resilient women who cared so much for the ones that they loved. Kay was remembered as the perfect mother, the perfect friend, the perfect wife. And Beth was remembered as a mother-in-law who immediately made someone feel at home, and a grandmother who just adored her grandchildren. And whilst this case probably seems as though it should be a slam dunk, I mean, it's not a whodunit, it was, however, a who done what. Both Trisha and Lene, they had stated that both men had equal parts in the murders. There was no man who was more innocent or more culpable than the other. But in the eyes of the law, it wasn't quite as plain and simple. It was actually quite a complex case. Now, the pair, they would be charged with the murders, aggravated assault, kidnapping, arson, high-speed chase, and the rest. Now, around 5 months after the murder, Von Lester Taylor, he would plead guilty to both counts of capital murder, and in exchange for this plea, the state had agreed to drop all the other charges against him. But I just want to be clear, this monster, he didn't plead guilty because it was the right thing to do. He didn't plead guilty because he was remorseful and wanted to give the family peace and closure. He pled guilty because he had no other option. With this evidence against him, he stood no chance. It was stated that Von Lester Taylor was a very evil and sadistic man who took pleasure in the suffering of others. He had no regard for human life whatsoever, and it was stated that you could see the evil in his eyes, the coldness, the callousness. And honestly, this man, this monster, this wild animal, he really is as dumb as they come, because he thinks that he would stand a better chance at being sentenced in front of a jury instead of just being sentenced in front of a judge. So he goes to sentencing, and he very quickly realises that he has made a complete doozy of a mistake, because the jury, they would sentence him to death. Twice. 2 death sentences. Now, Edward Delly, he would go to trial just a couple of weeks later, and he truly thought that he stood a chance of a far, far, far lesser sentence. He was saying that he was dragged along. He didn't want to commit the crimes. But unfortunately for him, the prosecution, they came packed with the evidence. Now, at the trial, both Trisha and Lene, they would have to take the stand and depict these murders to the courtroom. And what is just so sickening is these young women, they had to handle the same weapons that murdered their mother and their grandmother. And this is just a whole other level of trauma that they didn't need. But they did it because they would do anything to get justice for the people they love. Both Lene and Trisha, they were deemed to be excellent witnesses. They recounted so much, they had retained so much information and detail from the most traumatic night of their lives. The smoking gun, however, would be Rolf. Rolf Tiede, he would take the stand, and as he entered the court, you should have seen the look on Edward Delly's face. It was like he seen a ghost. But this dead man, he was walking, because he wasn't dead. He was a survivor. He survived and he won, and Edward Delly's face was a picture. Now, it was expected by everyone that Edward Delly would at least receive a life sentence. 1st degree murder, life sentence, never hear of him again. But somehow, this monstrosity of a person, this human smudge, he was given 2nd degree murder with life imprisonment. Under this conviction, the death sentence wouldn't be available, and that is what Trisha and Lene so desperately wanted. They wanted these monsters dead. They wanted to take their lives just as they had taken their loved ones. The entire family, they were shocked, they were hurt, they felt let down by the court and the system. And understandably, they had went through these periods of deep anger and frustration. And in 2001, Lene would receive something that would just anger her further, and that was a letter from Edward Delly. Edward Delly had written to her. He claimed that he was remorseful for that night. He said that he had grown into a man and that he was no longer the evil child. Bearing in mind, he was like, 20, 21, 22, something like that. Wasn't a child at all. But he wasn't the same evil little boy who had committed those monstrous crimes. It took 9 years for Lene to build up the strength and the courage to reply to this letter. She read it around 20 to 30 times. She wanted to see for herself, did she believe this man was remorseful? Did she believe he was actually sorry for the pain that he had caused? And 9 years later, she finally replied to Edward Delly, and she told him, I forgive you. And people are always really taken aback by that statement that she chose to forgive Edward Delly. But Lene had stated, I forgive for my own sanity. I forgive so I can move on and live a peaceful life, so I can have this weight lifted off my shoulders, but that doesn't mean I forget. She doesn't believe that Edward Delly is someone who could be released into society. She knows that he is a monster that needs to spend his life in prison. But for her own sake, she had to find forgiveness. Now, later on, Lene, she went on to marry a childhood sweetheart, and they actually had a blended family of 9 children together. That is a huge family. But if anyone has enough love to give to 9 children, it's going to be Lene Tiede. She takes that from her mum, she takes that from her grandmother, and I truly believe she would be life's greatest mother. And Trisha, she had went on to give birth to 2 daughters, and she had said that these 2 daughters are the perfect mix of her mother and her father. The Tiede family, they actually went on to rebuild their cabin. They wanted to still have their special place. These 2 monsters, they maybe took away their loved ones, but they didn't want them to take away the special memories that they all had together. They would go on to fill this cabin with more beautiful family memories, spending more Christmases there, and they said that this cabin felt even better than before. It was magical, It was healing, it helped them through their grief. They finally felt safe and they finally felt peace. And if there was ever a time where they doubted their safety, where they ever worried that something like that could possibly happen again, they would remember their father's words. And he had said, "Lightning never strikes twice in the same location. You're safe." Rolf Tiede, he would sadly pass away from cancer on November the 19th of 2008 in Texas. At the time of his passing, he was surrounded by his loving family. To this very day, Edward Daly, he is still rotting away in his little concrete coffin prison cell. It is very unlikely that he will ever receive parole. Von Lester Taylor, devastatingly, this man is still alive and kicking and I don't know how. He still remains on death row and he is appealing his sentence at every chance he gets. He is desperate. Now at one point he actually had the death sentence revoked, but then I think it was like reviewed and reinstated because he realised you're actually just scum of the earth and we need you evaporated. So he hasn't been executed yet and there isn't actually an execution date in place, but I will definitely be hoping and praying that that day comes soon. On Christmas Eve of 1985, a hunter moving through the quiet Washington woods stumbled onto something so terrifying, so horrifying, that it froze him exactly where he stood. In the brittle winter brush lay the bodies of an elderly couple. They were positioned deliberately, almost respectfully, except the fact that nothing about their deaths was respectful. They had been shot, dragged into the woods, into the trees, and left to the elements. Within hours, these bodies were identified as Ed and Minnie Moran, the well-loved Christmas tree farmers who had disappeared just 5 days prior. But once investigators stepped foot inside the Morans' festively decorated home, lights still glowing, the table still set for guests, they realised that this wasn't just a murder. It was a calculated ambush, one that set off a mystery so twisted, so stubbornly hidden, that it would take nearly 30 years to bring the truth out of the darkness. Hi. Hello. Okay. Housekeeping. Let's get right to it. The hair. Yeah. I wanted it up because I really wanted to show you guys how cute my earrings are. They're like little reindeers, okay? But don't know if you can see them. But I wanted my hair up, but when I put my hair in a ponytail, I look like a human bowling ball. So I decided, let's just put a claw clip up in this bitch. But unfortunately, my front bits are too long and I'm not very good with a claw clip. So this is what we're left with. But I just wanted to FYI that because some people really make their opinions known about my appearance in the comments. So there we go. I've said it before you could. So let's start off by discussing the people who truly matter in this case, and that is the victims today. So first up, we have Wilhelmina Minnie Moran. Now, she would be 83 years old at the time that she was murdered. We then have her husband Edward. Ed, that's how he was better known, but Ed Moran. This couple, they had a really lovely life together. They were like co-owners of a Christmas tree farm. It was 120 acres, it was big, it was beautiful, and you can just imagine how incredible this place looked at Christmas. Now, Ed and Minnie, they would go on to marry in 1961. We know that Minnie was married previously, but not much was documented about their lives prior to this because they were just ordinary people. Ordinary people who were living their lives before they were tragically stolen. Residents and neighbours within the community, they would say that as a couple, they were so well loved and well cherished. They were so heavily involved in the community and they were well-known residents. As I said, Minnie had been married previously and this was to a man by the name of George Hadler. And with George, she had 2 children, one named Dennis and one named Hazel. When George Hadler had passed away years later, she would meet Ed Moran and they hit it off right away. It was a beautiful relationship from the get-go. And the minute that Ed and Minnie had married, he stepped into that stepfather role so perfectly and so easily. It was said that it was clear Ed didn't just become a stepfather out of obligation. He did this out of genuine love and care for Minnie's children. He had built such a genuine connection with Dennis and Hazel that it was really easy for him to slip into this stepfather role. And Dennis and Hazel, they really trusted Ed. They trusted that Ed cared for their mother, trusted that Ed would look after her. And the reason that they trusted Ed to look after their mother and care for her was because Ed was stable. Ed was reliable. He was very paternal, and the thing that really stood out to them the most was that he was so respectful when entering their lives. He made it clear that he wasn't there to replace their dad or try and replace their dad, but he was there if they wanted a relationship and should they need him. And Minnie Moran, she would eat, sleep and breathe her children. They were the most important things in the world to her. She was known to be a very loving and nurturing mother. She always made time for her children. She always prioritised spending time with them, even though she was so busy in their Christmas tree farm within the community functions. She was always a present mother. Throughout the community, Minnie was known to be kind-hearted. She was generous. She was warm. She was someone that could be trusted and relied on. She was very active in the local church, and anytime there was events to be hosted, Minnie was always one of the first ones to offer up her home, offer to be the host. She especially loved to host ladies' luncheons, something that took meticulous planning and organisation, but she just seemed to thrive in that. And devastatingly, this church function, the ladies' luncheon, she looked forward to so much and that her friends looked forward to. This is exactly what she was preparing at the time she would disappear. Everything that is known and documented about the Morans, it points to a happy, warm, stable household. There's nothing untoward, there's no deep, dark secrets that you should be aware of. This was simply an elderly couple who just loved their lives together. They loved the peace and the quiet on their Christmas tree farm. They loved spreading joy. They loved hosting gatherings. And their Christmas tree farm in particular, this was their livelihood. It was their point of pride, out with the children, of course, because a Christmas tree is not going to come before your children. But listen, I have artificial Christmas trees and I'm damn proud of them. But this Christmas tree farm that they had, it became a very stable earner. They weren't rich, but they were definitely comfortable. The business took off almost right away. I mean, who's not getting a Christmas tree? And even though they were living this comfortable life, even though you could tell they were living a comfortable life from the home that they had, the farm that they had, they never ever looked down on anyone. They treated everyone as equals, as you absolutely should. Now, around the holidays in particular, Minnie and Ed, they loved to host the family. You know, if it's Christmas time, they would invite everyone round, Thanksgiving, everyone would come round. Any event that you could throw a shindig for, Ed and Minnie, they were right up for it. And the way that they would decorate their farm at Christmas was something that people looked forward to seeing. I mean, Minnie, she just had a way of decorating a Christmas tree that it looked like something out of a Christmas catalogue. Something you would see on a TV advert. It was gorgeous. And she would always have the tree placed right in the centre of the window. If the snow was falling, it just looked absolutely divine. They really made such an effort to spread that Christmas joy, to spread happiness. And it's just absolutely horrifying and upsetting that a holiday that both of them love so much, a holiday that they practically built their livelihood around, would be the same holiday that their lives were stolen from. And now we arrive at December the 19th of 1985. It was a day that was starting like any other. Just another day on the Moran Christmas tree farm. And something I do want to note is, obviously I said that Minnie was 83 and Ed was 81 at the time of their deaths. Despite being in their 80s, they still got around. You wouldn't even think they were in their 80s. They moved around their daily routines with this steady, practiced ease. It was nothing to them. And each of them had their daily routines, things that they would do, the things that they would look after. So this morning of December the 19th, Minnie in particular, she wakes up really early. She wakes up with a purpose. It is go, go, go. She's got a ladies' luncheon to prepare. The guests will arrive and a couple of hours. I don't know what time, I wasn't invited, but I'm sure it would be around noon, possibly. And she is just wanting to make sure that this is perfect, that it's special for everyone when they arrive. And as I alluded to, this gathering was one that everyone looked forward to. It was one that Minnie herself absolutely adored, and it was one that she would rarely, if ever, cancel. Not unless something serious came up. And even then, she's probably going to try and still make it work. Because Minnie was the kind of person that kept to her commitments, and everyone knew that about her. She would never be the type to cancel, and this ladies' luncheon, it's not as though it was something that was last minute or they were just doing it on a whim. This was prepared, it was organised, like I said, it was looked forward to. But sometime between early that morning and to the moment that Minnie's friends would arrive, something on that farm had went terribly wrong. Quietly, suddenly, and with this alarming precision. So the guests, they arrive at the farm for the ladies' luncheon. They were all excited. But the minute they arrive, there's just something strange. Even before they leave their cars, there is something in the air, something in their guts telling them something's off. They could see that the blinds to the modern farm, these were closed. And that's strange because during the festive period, like I said, Minnie works so damn hard on that tree, she shows it off constantly. They never closed their blinds during the holiday season. They wanted their tree to be seen morning, noon, night. So when they see that the blinds are closed, why would they be closed? Is Minnie and Ed still in bed in the afternoon? No, because that's not like them either. But that feeling, the uncertainty that they were feeling at that point, it would only grow stronger when they approached the house and they find that the front door's locked. Now listen, to us, that might not sound that weird. I know for me, myself, I'm a paranoid wreck, okay? Even if I'm in the house, my door is locked, it's bolted, no one's coming in. Even if I'm waiting on a friend coming over or my family or Connor getting back from work, best believe you're going to find me locked in my own home. But for the Morans, this was extremely unusual. They weren't people who locked their doors. I mean, honestly, sometimes even at night, they wouldn't lock their doors. There was no reason to. They trusted everyone. And they would especially never have their doors locked if they were expecting company. They almost had this open door policy with their friends. You know, drop by and just walk in. My home is your home. Mi casa es su casa. That was very much their rule. So when their friends rock up and they try the door and they're locked outside, this makes them feel really unsettled. And the ladies are thinking, you know, is there a possibility that Minnie forgot about the ladies' luncheon? Could she and Ed maybe have went away for the day? I mean, their car wasn't in the drive, so could it be possible? Sure. But Minnie had been talking about hosting this luncheon constantly, even just days before. So it wouldn't make sense that suddenly she's forgot. So the ladies, they start walking around the property and they decide they're going to knock on the windows, they're going to call out for Minnie, they're going to call out for Ed. And when they do this, they're just met with this really eerie, uncomfortable silence. And the longer that they were shouting for Minnie and Ed and receiving no reply, the more their intuition was screaming at them that something was wrong. Minnie didn't forget plans. She didn't let people down, even if not deliberately. This just wasn't a character trait that this woman had. Minnie's friends were so concerned that they decided they're going to phone her son Dennis. Because the only reason they could think that Minnie and Ed weren't answering or they weren't in is that some sort of emergency has taken place. So of course they're worried. When Dennis hears the worry in Minnie's friends' voices, he's immediately concerned himself. He rushes right over to the farm. And immediately, as soon as Dennis arrives, he also feels that tension, that unease that something sinister could have happened. And the thing is, with Dennis being Minnie's son and Ed's stepson, he knew them to a T. He knew their routines, their daily patterns, their daily habits, the things that they would do each and every morning. And when he notices that these patterns and routines haven't been carried out, his stomach drops. So Dennis decides at that very moment that he is going to use his keys to enter the house. Once he is in the house, he feels it in the air. There's a shift. Something isn't right here. Now, it's worth noting that the house didn't look ransacked, but it definitely wasn't in its usual order. It's not the way that the couple would leave it. It's like there has been some kind of disturbance, but no one that's caused absolute chaos. So Dennis does what I think anyone would do in that situation. I mean, I know I would. He starts looking around the house. He is trying to look for clues as to where his parents could be, where they've went, did they have any other plans that day. Whilst he's looking around, he would then find his mother's handbag stuffed down behind the couch under like a pile of newspapers. And this was a waving red flag that could have had its own frickin' alarm, because Minnie She didn't treat that bag like it was an accessory to an outfit. That was a necessity for her. She took it everywhere. Even if she was walking down the road and then doing a U-turn and coming back, her bag was with her. She's going out to the car to get something from the boot or the trunk of the car. She's got her bag with her. And the thing is, it wasn't even the fact that it was down behind the couch, it was the fact that it looked hidden, the fact that it was covered in newspaper. So Dennis, he then continues upstairs, he's trying to see if there's any other clues that could point out to what's happened here. And when he goes in their bedroom, he would see his stepfather, Ed's watch, laying on his nightstand, completely untouched. And a fact about Ed was that he never, ever left that house without his watch. It was one of the first things he put on when he woke up. He wore this every single day without fail, and every single person knew it. So Dennis is just feeling sick at this point. He decides, I'm going to go back downstairs, I'm going to re-examine, just see what I can find. And he realises that the Christmas tree lights, they're still on, they're still glowing. His mother had clearly woke up and put the Christmas tree on like she did every other morning. But not only this, when he looks at the kitchen table, it looks as though the luncheon was partially prepped. Almost like Minnie was disturbed or interrupted in the midst of preparing for this luncheon. And to any outsider looking in, these small details might not seem like a huge red flag that Dennis and the friends believed it to be. But for people who knew these tiny, intimate details about their everyday life, it was clear that something was wrong. And Dennis, whilst he wants to think the best, whilst he wants to remain hopeful, he can't help but feel at this very moment, seeing what he saw, that Minnie and Ed hadn't walked out that house willingly. They had to have been taken. So Dennis, he is so concerned and just so convinced that something isn't right here, that he decides he's going to call the sheriff. Now, very quickly, the sheriff arrives on scene with their deputies and they start examining the property. Now, when they're looking around, they very quickly notice that the couple's green 1969 Chrysler was nowhere to be found. And this further deepened even their worry. And of course, as frustrating as it might sound to us, the detectives really need to cover all bases. So they go through the home and they try and see if it looked as though, Minnie and Ed had packed up their lives and taken off. But suitcases were still there. Their clothing drawers and wardrobes, everything else was still full. They hadn't just packed up and ran away. So they decide from that moment on, they need to speak to neighbours. They need to try and gather witnesses if possible. They're trying to retrace the steps of both members of that couple that very morning. So they speak with the neighbours, they get a feel for the daily routine of the Morans, speak to their son, their friends, and they ask every question that investigators should ask at the beginning of an investigation, including the fact that if Minnie was spending her morning setting up for the luncheon, where would Ed have gone today? What would his routine be that morning? And this led investigators to the Chehalis Bank of America. This was somewhere that Ed would frequent. It wasn't unlike him to go there quite a few times a week. So the detectives, they reach out to the bank and they ask if Ed Moran had been in that morning. Now immediately, one of the bank tellers, they're able to confirm that, yeah, Ed had been in that morning. And they didn't just remember him because he was such a consistent customer. They didn't remember him because of his age or his looks. They remembered him because they thought he was acting very off. His behaviour was very unusual, and the main indicator of that was the fact that he had withdrawn a very large sum of money that was very unusual for the Morans. The Morans weren't Mr. and Mrs. Moneybags. They were very careful with their money. They didn't just unnecessarily withdraw large sums. Now, not only this, right, but Ed was usually someone who would go inside the bank. Go inside the bank, speak to the tellers face to face. But this day, he stayed in his car. Now, when I read this, it threw me through a loop because how the hell did he stay in his car? Surely you would have to get out your car to go and withdraw money. But apparently back in the 1980s, especially in small rural towns like this one, like Chehalis of Washington, it wasn't uncommon for banks to basically have like drive-through windows. They would have these little windows in the wall that you could drive up to and speak with a teller there. Or sometimes you could even wait out in the parking lot and they would come out to your car. So Ed done Either one of the two. And honestly, like, let's bring that back. I hate going to the bank. I mean, I don't do it often, but when I have to, I really hate it. But anyway, you get the gist, right? Cool. So, Ed, he decides that day he is going to stay in his car. And then when the teller is approaching his car to greet him, he immediately gets out the car and meets her halfway. He is blocking this teller from seeing inside the vehicle. And the teller would say that, you know, he was calm enough, but he was definitely unlike himself. He seemed very fidgety, rushing the whole interaction. And obviously at the time, this in itself was really strange, but the fact that they now knew that the Morans were missing made this whole thing incredibly chilling. And if you think that December the 19th was the day that everything fell off, wait until we talk about December the 20th, because this comes crashing in with the subtlety of a brick going through a window. So whilst the investigators, they're still trying to piece together the Moran steps the day before, the couple's green Chrysler makes a surprise cameo in a location where it definitely shouldn't have been. Now, a passerby, which I've now learned is the word and it's not passerby-er, a passerby, they were out when they would spot this green Chrysler in the middle of a wooded area, in a rural road. And that in itself made it really strange because it was in a place where no car should be placed. So they're starting to think, has there been an accident? Like, has a criminal abandoned this car? What's happened here? So they call the police to come and check it out. The police, they then arrive at this turnout off Bunker Creek Road near Edna of Washington. And like I said, it's a rural road, it's heavily wooded, it's the kind of place that you could dump a car and, you know, fingers crossed no one comes across it. But whoever dumped it here didn't hide it deep enough into the woodland. So the police, they start to look over this car, start to examine it, and they would have the license plate ran. And this would confirm their worst fears, the worst fears of their family and their friends. This car was the car of Minnie and Ed. The doors were locked, the keys were gone, and inside the vehicle, there was bloodstains over the seats. Now, it wasn't this huge amount as if there had been like a massacre, but it definitely told investigators that something chaotic and disturbing had taken place. And at this point, the police feel like this isn't a missing persons case any longer. This is a potential murder case. So the car is processed and the investigators, they immediately understand that what that house had hinted at all along was true, that the Morans hadn't left willingly on December the 19th. They had been taken. Someone else had driven their car, someone else had dumped their car, and potentially someone has murdered them. And as you can imagine, the family and the friends hearing about this, they were absolutely devastated. But there was a big part of them that didn't even feel shocked by it. They had thought that something untoward had happened, especially Dennis, the son. He just could tell right away that something violent had happened there. And whilst people are relieved that they found the car, you know, there's one piece to the puzzle, the question still remained, where the hell did Minnie and Ed go? Where are they? Why were they not found with their car? And then we arrive at Christmas Eve of 1985. A day that should have been peaceful, full of twinkly lights, smiles, laughter, you know, the whole Norman Rockwell fantasy. But instead, a hunter walking down a logging road near Edna, they would stumble across a nightmare that everyone in that town had been dreading. Because laying there, side by side in the cold brush, were the deceased bodies of an elderly man and an elderly woman. Now at first, when this hunter sees them lying side by side, from a distance he thought it was a mannequin. And that's obviously his mind and his body trying to protect himself, trying to protect him from the horror that he is actually seeing. But when he gets closer, he quickly realises that that is not mannequins, it's not dolls, it is the bodies of an elderly couple. When police arrive, they would collect the bodies, and it is very quickly verified that they were the bodies of Minnie and Ed Moran. And it was very clear that this couple had been fatally shot and killed. Now, Ed in particular, he had bruises and cuts over his body, and it was determined that he had actually been beaten severely before being shot. There was no accident, no animal attack. Just this straight up execution of an elderly couple who never bothered anyone. Now, the police had said that the way their bodies were positioned, it looked very deliberate. In fact, the way that they had been positioned seemed almost respectful, which was chilling in itself because the last thing this couple had been treated with was respect. Now, the locations of Ed and Minnie's bodies, it told investigators quite a lot. I mean, this is a rural, isolated, quiet road. There's not a lot of traffic coming and going. And it was clear that Minnie and Ed had been brought to that exact location purposefully because no one was going to find them quick. Informing the family and friends about what had happened to Minnie and Ed was absolutely horrific. The devastation was loud and it very quickly spread throughout their small town. People were terrified. Other people were now mourning this elderly couple. Christmas was destroyed for this family, and for years to come, how could Christmas ever feel the same? This entire community had adored them, and even for their son Dennis, who had suspected that something bad had happened to them, suspecting it and then actually finding it to be true is two completely different things. Even he wasn't emotionally or physically prepared for what he was going to hear about his mother and his stepfather. That kind of pain is indescribable. And what no one knew yet at this point, not the family, not the friends, not the deputies, and certainly not the person who thought they were going to get away with all of this, is that the hunt for the Moran's killer, this would drag on for 30 years. So this whole part here is only the beginning. This family in this town, they were going to go to hell and back to get answers. This community, they were completely shattered and broken when they heard what had happened to Minnie and Ed. I mean, they were such big elements of this community. They truly did so much to keep certain aspects running. Everyone was mourning them. Everyone could feel their loss. And everyone was horrified at the fact that something like this could happen where they lived, in their small town. But I mean, listen, isn't that the opening to every single Netflix documentary? It was just a small town. Everyone knew everyone. That is exactly the case here. Like, you don't think it's going to happen in your town until it happens in your town. I think that is too late. I'm practically sitting here haunting my own house at this point. What have I done? It was too dark, now it's far too light. So I'm sure we can all agree what happens in small towns when a murder takes place. When people don't want to have to wait 30 years for answers, which, you know, to be fair, neither would I, and it really shouldn't take that long. This was in the 1980s, and technology is not what it is today. But what happens is people start talking. People will start rumours, people will start gossiping, and believe me, the gossip in this small town, rife. Suddenly everyone was a forensic expert, a murder expert. Suddenly the next door neighbour that you've lived beside for 10 years suddenly feels a bit dodgy to you. Like you knew there was something off all along. But I suppose, you know, welcome to an investigation in a small town. From the offset, the investigators, they didn't have a whole lot to work with. Due to the bodies being found in a rural location, the area was covered with ice, so it kind of gave the killer or killers a clean slate. And it appeared to the investigators and everyone looking into this that the murderer was a freaking ghost with a driver's license. Police and investigators, they did do whatever they could. I mean, they collated whatever evidence they could possibly get. Bullet casings, any DNA fibres, clothing, biological samples, whatever they could get their hands on. Some of it looked quite promising and other parts just looked like debris that was not going to help anyone. And every bit of DNA that they sifted through, nothing was going to give them that moment of, aha, that's who it was. So everything was bagged and tagged. I keep rhyming in my videos and I actually can't stop it. And what is absolutely crazy is one of these detectives, right, they had famously told a reporter, you never know which piece of junk solves your case in 30 years. 30 years, that was his phrasing. And at the time, this was tongue-in-cheek, but little did he know. I think he manifested the frickin' date it would be solved. So then we have the rumours, because the electricity for a small town is basically gossip. And suddenly, rural Ethel, this had enough fuel to power the entire West Coast if it wanted to. So within days, the rumours are just like blowing up. Someone's at the shop waiting in the queue, whispers into someone's ear, "You know, I heard that Ed owed someone money." And then you're at Tesco doing your big food shop, and again, someone comes up behind you. "I heard Minnie was hiding cash in the walls." And then I have to say, my personal favourite for just how outlandish and ridiculous it is was when they had said, "I heard they ran off to Mexico but didn't quite stick the landing." And sometimes these rumours make you laugh out loud because they are so freaking ridiculous. But these two people have been murdered. This is an elderly couple who were gentle, who were caring, who were well loved and who loved others. But suddenly, after they're murdered, it becomes a talking point for people, and suddenly they're international criminals, they're cartel associates, and secret millionaires, depending on which neighbour you ask. And it's honestly disgusting to me that people start these rumours. Because the thing is, you know, someone might say, "Oh, I heard it from so-and-so, I heard it from so-and-so," but that rumour originated from one person. One person who knew it was completely untrue, who just wanted attention, started spreading something like that, knowing that friends and family could possibly hear it. Things that are just completely untrue. And honestly, if I can give anyone one word of advice, when someone dies or when someone is murdered, please don't start rumours. Don't start saying things that are untrue to try and make something interesting or to try and get attention. God, even when we lost my big brother, there was rumours going around as to what happened to him. Things that were completely untrue, and the level of pain that that causes to a family, it's just awful. So don't be that scumbag that does that. And I'm very aware that I'm sitting telling people off with my face looking like this, but it's true. Now, investigators, they would look into every rumour and every lie that was told because they had nothing else to go on, so they basically had to. They had to rule out everything. They would interview family, friends, neighbours, anyone who owned a pickup truck, or anyone who looked like they could hold a weapon. They had once questioned a guy because he had simply been heard asking Ed once how much one of his Christmas trees cost. That was cause for questioning back then. They had then questioned another man because he had walked too quickly past the post office. God forbid the guy's in a timescale running an errand. Now, there was one suspect at a point, and this was a young man. He was known to be almost like the local troublemaker alongside a few others, which we will come to. But he was the kind of guy that was thought that could maybe do something terrible if the mood struck him. He had a criminal history. He was known for being quite violent when he was drunk. And to be quite honest, there wasn't very many vicinities that this guy wasn't seen in at one point or another. So deputies, they decide they're going to question this guy. Could this potentially be their suspect? For a hot minute, they're believing that it could be. But this guy, he had an airtight alibi because this guy, the day that these murders had taken place, he was in jail. Not a great guy, but not our guy. And then we have more rumours that surface. People start saying that these murders were connected to a drug deal. Like, I'm sorry, you realise that Minnie and Ed were selling Christmas trees and not hash plants, right? Just want to make sure we're all on the same page here. Other people then started saying that maybe there was a land dispute going on. Or maybe someone thought that the Morans were rich due to their farm and that was why they targeted them. And detectives, of course, they do look into all of this. You know, they're eager to find out who did this. But nothing tracked. Out through the early months of this investigation, Ed and Minnie's family, they were trying to speak to detectives every day. They were trying to question people themselves. They did not want this case to rest, and especially Dennis Hadler. He was fighting and fighting and fighting for his mother and his stepfather's justice. He refused to let this case fall into a small town silence. And to be quite honest, Dennis had made the sheriff's department his second home. He was constantly there chasing every lead, making sure the police chased every lead. If there was a chair for Dennis to sit in, he sat in it. If there was a detective to pressure, he pressured them. He didn't care if they were busy, tired, underfunded, overworked, or even just sick of seeing him. He was determined that this was not going to turn into a Christmas time whoops, guess we'll never know. And whilst he did everything he could, whilst he kept investigators pushing on, eventually the investigation would run out of oxygen. Because sadly, miracles don't drop from the sky and leads don't just explode open. And the thing is, any witnesses that they had, they could not agree on the colour of Ed and Minnie, they had lived such painfully wholesome lives that there was no personal motive that anyone could trace or track down. There wasn't a crossword or an argument that they could look into. And eventually the case, it starts to sag under too many maybes or possiblies. There was too many things where people could say, I mean, that's suspicious, but it's not exactly useful. And this timeline, it just started to stretch even further. The weeks turn into months, the months turn into years. The evidence would sit safe. It was still sealed, it was still preserved, but it remained untouched because nothing pointed anywhere. The interviews would pile up, the tips were just drying out. So at this point, years are continuing to pass and there's still no further forward in this investigation. But then in 1992, detectives would receive a tip that would lead them to a woman by the name of Robin Rife. Now, Robin Rife, she was the estranged wife of a man by the name of Rick Rife. I'm going to get so mixed up, I'm saying like Rife and wife, and it's a whole hullabaloo, but I'm trying, okay? And then Rick Rife, he was part of this like brother duo that was known for just illegal activity alongside his brother John. So Rick and his brother, John Gregory, they were already well known to law enforcement, but they hadn't really been looked into because the Rife brothers, they had taken off to Alaska in 1987, and you know, that's the perfect place to go when you are running away from a murder that you committed, running away from your past and your consequences, or if you just really love snow. Who can really say for sure? But Robin Rife, she came in clutch with some very chilling details. She had claimed that she had dropped the brothers off around a mile away from the Moran farm on the day that they were murdered. She had said then that the next morning she had got a call from her husband's brother John asking her to come back and pick them up. So she drove over to the location and she remembers seeing a body. The minute she sees this, her husband Rick then starts shouting at John to get her away from this body, get her away from being a witness. And detectives hoped that with Robin Rife's statement that they would be able to arrest the Rife brothers. But then Robin herself was imprisoned on a drug charge. And the prosecutor didn't feel comfortable charging the brothers based on something that Robin had said, given her past. Now, the detective who had initially spoken with Robin, his name was David Neeser, and he would stay in contact with Robin over the years right up until 1995, when she would suddenly pass away. When Robin passed away, David Neeser, he said the following: Robin Rife is our only witness that puts John Gregory and Ricky Rife out where the bodies were found. Without her, what have we got? 0 plus 0 always equals 0. But with the only witness now dead, by the mid-1990s, the Moran case, it would go cold. There was no new evidence, no new movements, no new suspects, no new witnesses, just no movement at all in this case. And it broke this family's heart. And then probably just as you're all starting to lose hope, I'm going to bring hope right back in the picture because the 2000s come around. And what does that mean in the true crime space? It's the era of DNA, CODIS, advanced forensics, new lab capabilities. It was the golden age of, hey, listen, we've been keeping this evidence in the freezer for 20 years. Do you want to just pull it out and, I don't know, retest it? The Moran case at this point had been sitting in this cold case storage unit longer than some of these deputies had even been alive. But Dennis Hadler, the son, bless his stubborn heart, because he refused to let it stay there. He pushed, he campaigned, and he reminded investigators at every single opportunity that this elderly, harmless couple were executed before Christmas. He was basically the sheriff's department's unofficial supervisor, and quite honestly, they needed Dennis because eventually his persistence would pay off. A new wave of investigators are brought in. They're younger, they're hungrier, and they are very much over the fact that this case is still haunting their evidence room. And not only that, but they're trying to prove themselves to everyone else. They're higher ups, they want to make a good impression. So they're willing to put themselves on the line and reopen the Moran case. And when they did, something very, very interesting would have, because it appeared that witnesses who were interviewed back in 1985, who at the time were too scared to speak, suddenly they were more willing. And this might be due to the fact that a certain pair is no longer within their town, if you get what I'm putting down. But apparently their fear had an expiration date, and it was around the 25-year mark. Investigators, they re-interview witnesses from back in 1985, and the name that kept resurfacing was the Rife brothers. Rick Rife and his brother John. These guys were walking red flags in denim jackets. They were into drugs, petty crime, theft, violence, just the kind of people you would not leave your handbag around. Now in 1985, there wasn't enough evidence to arrest them, but in the 2000s, with everyone being older and braver and more willing to point their fingers, suddenly the brothers were starring in every single local rumour. But the only thing is, as we know from 1985, the rumours alone, they're not going to crack a case, okay? They're not reliable. You can't just be like, oh, well, that's a rumour, must be true. Handcuffed. Otherwise, a lot of us would probably be in trouble if rumours were true. But what really cracked things open for the investigators were the new statements being made by the witnesses when they were re-interviewed. Now, there was a man called Jason Shriver. He was a local to the town, and he knew the Moran family, and he also knew the Rife brothers. He stated that he had actually seen the Moran's car on the day that they disappeared, except Ed and Minnie, they weren't the ones driving it. According to him, Rick Rife was in the front seat, and his brother John Rife was in the back seat. And the elderly couple, they were also in that car, but they looked terrified. Why didn't he come forward sooner with this? Well, apparently Jason Shriver, he had been threatened by the Rife brothers that he had to stay quiet. It's something that he has since apologised for and feels guilty about, but he was looking after himself at that point. There was also a jailhouse witness who had claimed that Rick had told him that he had killed 2 elderly people. And normally when it's like jailhouse informants, that can be questionable. But in an almost 30-year-old cold case, the police were more willing to accept this verbatim. There was also additional witnesses who had witnessed the Rife brothers around the Moran property that day and also days prior. Now, the only thing is, with this case, there wasn't a DNA bombshell. There wasn't a CSI moment when they're like, we've got the killer. No dramatic lab reveal, which, it's a bit disappointing. We always love when the forensics match. But the forensic samples that were saved from 1985, they were minimal and they had degraded quite a bit over time. There was nothing now that could scientifically tie the brothers to the crime scene, but they were enough to build a timeline to confirm the manner of death and to support what every witness was now saying, that the Morans had been forced from their home. They were forced to withdraw cash. They were driven into the woods and then they were executed. So the lead investigator at this point, given the witness statements that they've been able to compile, they decide that they now have enough probable cause to arrest the Rife brothers. So they go ahead, they go to get the warrant, and as that warrant was signed, they would get news that John Gregory Rife had died. Something that absolutely infuriated them, but they didn't have enough time to stay infuriated because there was still one brother they could go after, and that was Rick Rife. That investigator knew how important it was to get justice for Minnie, Ed, their family, their friends, even the entire community. So that investigator, another investigator and a PI, they headed off to Alaska. And then would come the part that Dennis Hadler had waited decades for. Rick Rife would be arrested and charged, just hauled right out of his quiet little life in Alaska in 2012. Honestly, he was like the world's most overdue library book because this should have happened so long ago. Now, Rick would go to trial in 2013 based on all of the evidence that had been compiled against him. And this small town saga was finally reaching this finale. So the prosecution, they go ahead, they line out sort of the witness statements, testimonies, the evidence, the threats, the sightings, the confessions. They described how the Moran's car had been spotted with the Rife brothers inside. They had even introduced statements from people who were far too afraid to speak in the 80s. They had also brought in that jailhouse witness, which usually in these circumstances, you don't want a jailhouse witness near the whole thing. Love it or hate it, this was a big moment in the trial. And I will be honest, again, there was no smoking gun when it came to the DNA. Instead, this trial was more death by 1,000 cuts. Every witness, every memory, every old rumour re-examined. All of this became bricks that was piling up on this wall surrounding Rick Rife. And the thing is that there wasn't going to be one definitive piece of evidence that linked it all together. You needed to see the full collage, everything that had been collated over those 30 years. And the collage, once it was laid out plainly and simply, it would show that Ed and Minnie were taken from their home by the Rife brothers. They were forced to withdraw a large sum of money for the brothers. The brothers then took them into the woods where they executed them before then abandoning their vehicle, who then decided to vanish into Alaska for 30 years like the cowards they are. And the jury agreed with this. They agreed that this was the events that had taken place. After a month-long trial, Rick Rife would be found guilty on all counts. Murder, kidnapping, robbery. He was then sentenced to 103 years in prison. And here's the important part, because we do have to be fair, we do have to say these things out loud, especially if we're being honest. There are still doubts within this case. With no DNA, no fingerprints, no physical evidence to tie the brothers to the crime scene, there are many people who believe this is a miscarriage of justice, because everything hinged on these witnesses remembering accurately something that had happened decades earlier. And hey, listen, the human memory, it's messy. People forget things. People misremember. People can twist details even if it's unintentional. So I guess what I'm trying to say by that was, is a conviction strong? Yeah. Is it airtight? Absolutely not. Is there room for debate? Always. And that is the curse of cold cases, because when it comes down to things like this, when you're relying so heavily on witness statements, it is very possible that people get things wrong. Hi, Ed and Anna just stepping in for a second, because for some reason I didn't record the proper end to what I wanted to say about Rick Rife. But basically, once he was convicted on November the 18th, 2013, he did constantly remain silent throughout his trial. But when he was asked if he had any last words, if there was any remorse, he basically said that there was no remorse, there was no guilt, and therefore he wasn't going to say sorry. He was very adamant that he was innocent, and he would also file appeals, XYZ. But just in case you're starting to feel sorry for him and think that, maybe it is a miscarriage of justice, it's worth you knowing that additionally in 2014, Rick Rife, he would receive an additional 6-year jail sentence because he had sexually abused and attacked a 10-year-old girl in the 80s. So honestly, in my opinion, whether he killed Minnie and Ed or not, he is exactly where he needs to be, and he should stay there forever. But for Ed and Minnie's family, especially Dennis, this was justice. This is what he has been longing for. It's maybe not perfect justice, it's not forensic justice, but it feels like real justice to them. And after nearly 30 years of pushing, begging, pleading, waiting, refusing to let the world move on, it was enough. And that is how this Christmas murder that had went cold for nearly 3 decades finally received a conviction. And it wasn't because of one breakthrough, it was because of family, friends, a community that cared so much, and a very determined son who refused to stop asking that one question. Who did this to Ed and Minnie Moran? And finally, after all that time, they had an answer. In December of 1987, an entire family would be murdered in a quiet Arkansas house. No screams would be heard, no police were called, and the bodies sat there undiscovered for 6 days. The killer then left his home and went back into the world. He would shoot people at a workplace, a law office, and a grocery store. By the time this spree ended, 16 people had been murdered. 14 of them were his own family. 1 was a baby. And the man behind it all was Ronald Gene Simmons. And this spree wasn't down to rage, it wasn't a man snapping. It was methodical. It was planned. It was an insecure man who couldn't handle the fact that the control of his own family was slipping through his fingers. Hi. That was me shaking my boobs at the camera, by the way. Hey, hi. I am so happy to be sitting down filming for you honestly, it kind of feels like it's been a while since I've sat down and actually filmed a video. I know I still had my 2 out last week, but I was away to St Andrews with Connor, so I had to film before I went so I could edit and get it all up for you. So it's actually been maybe over a week since I've sat down and had the time to film. With that being said, things around here have changed for me. I'm engaged. I am freaking engaged. I've never felt happier in my whole entire life. Oh, by the way, my camera sometimes flips, so the ring is on the left hand, but in the video it might look like it's on the right. I promise it's not. But I'm just so freaking happy. I have never felt happiness like it. And I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you for your kind comments, well wishes. It means the absolute world to me. Connor and I, we've been together nearly 10 years. We got together when I was 18 and he was 19. I'm now 27, going to be 28 in April. So it felt like a long time coming, but obviously we only just moved into our house last year, so we wanted to give that a bit of time, make sure that when we lived together, it was a good match. And yeah, this was just, it was a complete, utter surprise. It was not expected at all, and it was just perfect. So yeah, I just want, quick life update, because I know some people don't like to stick around for me blabbing away at the end, and that's absolutely fine. But I will get into the case now, because it's not about me. I think you can see the jumper, by the way, but, disclaimer, as per, not naked, just wearing a Bardo jumper top thing. You know the drill. So, today, Ronald Gene Simmons, I'm sure we all know that name. This is a well-known case, I would say, but my goodness, if I had to tell you my top 5 highly requested cases, this would be first or second. So I had to cover it for you. And let me tell you, this guy, he had a face that he didn't have to tell you how he felt. His face would just say it for him. He's not happy, you're gonna know. Not even through his words, but through his eyebrows. So anyway, Timu Santa. He was born on July the 15th of 1940, and he was born to his parents, Loretta and William Simmons, in Chicago of Illinois. Now, just a few years later, his sister would be born. That was Nancy Simmons. I believe she was born in 1942. And within the family, things seemed to start off pretty normal. I mean, as normal as it could be. But in 1943, tragedy would strike this family and change it forever when William Simmons, he passed away. It was a really sudden and unexpected passing. He had a stroke and then died very quickly. And of course, given their ages at the time of William's passing, Ronald and Nancy, they didn't really have many memories of their father, and they would be primarily raised by their mother and then their stepfather, who, by the way, was also named William, but William Griffin. So William Griffin, he was a civil engineer within the US Army Corps of Engineers, and he married Loretta just 1 year after the first William passed away, OG William. And then Loretta and new William, they would have a child together by 1946. This was Ronald and Nancy's half-brother, Pete. And as I'm sure we're all aware, siblings growing up together, I mean, is it a sibling bond if you're not constantly teasing each other and seeing who can push who to the absolute brink and then get upset when someone finally gets a bit angry with them? Not thinking back to mine and my brother's childhood at all, where he would push and push and push until I burst out in tears. But with this teasing and poking fun, 9 times out of 10 within sibling relationships, this is just going to be a typical sibling bond, just annoying each other in a friendly sibling way. But when Ronald starts teasing his siblings, Nancy and Pete, there's nothing loving about it at all. He was doing it almost to terrorise them. What he was doing wasn't fun, loving, teasing and poking fun. This was full on sibling abuse. But as we will see as this story goes on, this guy's middle name should have been Abuse and no Gene, because this guy, he inflicts a lot of it. He was known within the family and even within people at his school that he would abuse his siblings. He would also abuse family pets, the usual cats, dogs being strangled by these monsters when they're young. And this would carry on to later in his life, and it would only get worse. He would turn his abuse to his wife, to his own children, making their lives absolutely miserable. And somehow Ronald, with a face like that, seemed to think he was God's gift. I mean, his ego, huge. Like, his head could not fit through the door. It ballooned up with how much he thought of himself. And whilst he thinks so highly of himself, it's very clear that he doesn't think much of anyone else, or at least he doesn't want to. He wanted everyone else around him to big him up and rub his balls and tell him to have a good day and that he is the best. But if he felt threatened by anyone, if he felt like people weren't bigging him up enough, he would tear them apart. He would abuse them, he would mock them because he needed them to feel inferior. This man couldn't witness anyone going through a good time or having their own success. And this, I'm not even meaning later in life, I mean like school projects. No one else was allowed to succeed apart from him, and he wasn't even that good in school. So how was that going to work, Ronald? But in his mind, he didn't need to sort of like prove he was better. He could just do this through violence. He could become quick to anger and rage, showcase his temper, make people fear him enough so they diminish their own work to build him up, to stroke his ego. Now, I do have to give a bit of credit to Loretta and brand new William, who's not completely new now, but you know what I mean. They did spot this behaviour quite early on when it came to Ronald, and they did realise that it was something they had to try and get treated. They had to try and get him help because he cannot go about life acting this way. So they would send him off to live with family friends during the summer. When this didn't work, he was then sent to a Catholic all-boys boarding school. But again, nothing worked for Ronald because it was all about him and whatever he wanted to do, and it didn't matter how much authority you laid down, Ronald wasn't going to listen. So at the age of 17, Ronald kind of realises himself that school is not where he thrives, okay? He is not great in school by any means necessary. So he decides he's going to drop out of school, he's going to join the US Navy, and I think for some reason he thought this would be easier for him. I don't know where that mindset came from, but it was certainly there. Now, he would be stationed in Guam in November, and he was able to earn his GED, which, congrats, I guess. I suppose miracles really do happen. If Ronald can get his GED, so can you. And then by 1959, Ronald, he was working in a naval hospital in Washington, and one night he attends this USO dance, and this is where he would meet his future wife, Becky. Now, her real name is Bersabe Rebecca Ulibarri. I hope and pray I've said that right, but let's be honest, I've probably not. And this woman, for reasons that we'll never really understand, looked at Ronald and thought, wow, you know, that is a man I could see myself dating. Timu Santa, give it to me. But he was obviously portraying himself in the best form. He was making himself seem like the kind and caring man that he never ever was, all to get Becky into this trap, to get her into a marriage, and it worked. By 1960, the pair have married. They would then, in 18 years, have 7 children together. So 1962 comes around and Ronald decides that he's had enough of the Navy. He's ready to move on to something else. So a few months later, he signs himself over to the US Air Force. And their first child, Sheila, she would arrive later that same year in Langley. And Sheila is a big part of this case. So Ronald, he keeps working, he is grinding away, and he climbs up the ranks, eventually finding himself in the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Now, just that word special, that is exactly what he wanted to hear. Ronald and special in the same sentence? Wow. And I will say, you hear that sort of like title and you think, wow, I mean, this must be a really high up rank, this is incredible. You think it's a bit more glamorous and fancy than the fact that it was actually a paperwork dungeon that he was put in. Ronald would then go on to serve tours in Vietnam, and he would collect medals along the way, including a Bronze Star. And when he returned from Vietnam, he returned exactly the same. which is really unfortunate because this man, he is the kind of man that you really have to hope goes away and comes back changed somehow. But no, Ronald was true to form as ever. He was the usual asswipe that he's always been. So we fast forward through the admin paperwork, through promotions and medals, more pretending to be a normal functioning human being. And by 1979, he had retired as Master Sergeant. My door just knocked and it's a parcel, but like, I've got like my lighting cables and my microphone cables and I'm going to trip up over them. I did ask the delivery man to leave it in my safe space. I'm just trying to listen to see if I can hear that taking place. He's leaving it in my safe space. We're okay. I don't know why I get so much anxiety opening the door. I really need to get a grip. Like it shouldn't be that difficult, you know. Okay, so the guy's dropped off my parcel. I can continue now. So 1979, retires as a Master Sergeant, and let's just say his record, it was clean. Very clean. You could eat your dinner off of how clean it was. It was spotless. But one thing that wasn't spotless was this man's conscience. But we will get into that. So Becky, when she was together with Ronald, before they had even got married, when they're planning the wedding, Ronald's own mother would get in contact with Becky and she tells Becky, run, Becky, run for the frickin' hills. This is not a man you want to be with. And I mean, you know it's bad when your own mother is grassing you in and telling your wife-to-be how much of a scumbag you truly are. But she told Becky about his temper, his quick anger, his abuse, his controlling nature, everything that she needed to know. But Becky, she was young, she was hopeful, she was in love, and she had never witnessed these qualities in this man, and so she ignored the red flags that his mother warned her about. And she really thought that she had made the right decision right up until they got married. Because as soon as they were married, as soon as the kisses were exchanged, pronounce you husband and wife, kiss the bride, mwah, 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 this man started to complain. But it wasn't just complaining in general, it was complaining about her. And he would systematically strip this woman of her autonomy. She was told by Ronald that she had to stop wearing makeup, that her hair should always be tied back in a ponytail. Only whores wear their hair down. Say that looking at myself in a camera with my hair down. Anna the harlot. But this poor woman, she didn't have the life of a dog. Her own clothes were selected for her. If she was buying new clothes, Ronald had to approve them. This man, he controlled all the finances. He managed the bills. He was the one who bought the groceries. And Becky, she wasn't even allowed a driver's license. She wasn't allowed a phone. This young woman was completely cut off from her own family. I mean, any communication she had or tried to have was censored by Ronald. If she wanted to phone her family, this was denied. He told her the only way you can contact your parents, your siblings, your loved ones is via letter. So Becky, she would sit down and she would write letters to her family, you know, wanting to catch up, hear how they're getting on, talk a bit about her life. But when she wanted to post them, Ronald would tell her no. He completely denied her the option to post these letters, and these letters would just sit in her bedroom, just going untouched, going unread. And it gets to a point when Becky starts having to call in reinforcements to walk to the frickin' post box for her and not tell Ronald. And the thing is, it was hard for Becky to get out the house unnoticed because the post box was quite a distance away, and also their property had this really tall, high fence. It was like isolation at its finest. But Ronald seemed to be very secretive and sneaky in the abuse that he was dishing out to Becky, because outsiders looking in, they just thought it was this quiet military style home where, you know, there was discipline, but it was reasonable. But inside that home, Becky was a woman who was being ground down on a daily basis by her husband. Becky's sister would later say that Becky, she wasn't a stupid woman, and it wasn't that she was completely naive or blinded by love, but Ronald was able to convince her that somehow anything that went wrong in their family, their relationship, in the world, was somehow her fault. She was an empathetic person. She really cared, and the idea that she was hurting anyone would break her heart. Even though she was doing nothing wrong, she was the one who was being abused. Their situation would be described as a man who was completely obsessed with every form of control, and a woman who was trapped under this pile of fear, shame and powerlessness. So from 1976 until 1981, the Simmons family, they lived on a 2-acre property in the New Mexico mountains. And as you can probably imagine, this was isolated, it was quiet. It was the perfect kind of place for a man who thrived when he was cutting his family off from the rest of the world. Simmons had then returned from a 4-year posting in the UK when he was then assigned to a tiny Air Force office within the Sacramento Mountains. Now, this was a very remote post. There was only like a handful of staff, all having top level clearance, and of course, as you can imagine, Ronald was the senior enlisted man. Now, the Air Force, they started shutting the place down within 1976, and gradually over time the staff all start trickling out until 1978, when the only person left in that frickin' building was Ronald himself, literally locking the doors behind him. So after this, he was moved to Holloman Air Force Base, and in 1979, after more than 20 years in the military, he decides it's time for him to retire. He wanted to retire rather than receiving a promotion that would have him sent off to Turkey, because how can you control your family when they're there and you're here? It's not going to work. So by 1981, he was back on the base, but as a civilian employee. Same location, same man, but with far fewer eyes on what was going on at home. And to be absolutely honest, calling this place a home is definitely not the right word, because yeah, he didn't make it a home. This was a place that he ruled through fear and control. He literally decided who could speak, when they could speak, if they could leave the house, where they could go, who they could talk to, if they could date, if they could go to school, who was allowed to have friends, and who was allowed to have thoughts that didn't revolve around him. And I mean, honestly, the guy's just a complete and utter... Holy crap, I nearly shit myself there. I was looking in like my makeup mirror, and my makeup mirror's like facing my other mirror, and I seen a woman sitting in my chair, but it turns out the woman was me. Fear not, my face just scared myself. I've actually got chills. I really oh my goodness, I really terrified myself there. Oh, Anna. Right. So yeah, he was basically isolating his family from other members of family, friends, phones, neighbours, any outside help. And it's not because he was a private man or because they were a private family. It was just that he knew keeping his family isolated was the best tool for a coward like him who was terrified of losing control. His children, they were forced to carry out really heavy going manual labour around the house. They were collecting large rocks, they were hauling dirt, they were doing work on the house grounds, and it was stuff that was just beyond reasonable. Things that you would literally need equipment for. He was forcing these young children to do it all by hand. And this wasn't something to try and teach them responsibility or prepare them for the real world. This was simply to assert his dominance, to show them who was boss and who was in control, because if you didn't follow his rules, if you didn't complete your chores, the punishment you would face was horrific. What this man was showing here, it wasn't parenting whatsoever. It was just a power trip disguised as chores. It was said that Ronald Simmons, he drank heavily, he drank very often, and when he was doing this, he was just angry all the time. I mean, this guy was completely unpredictable. You did not know what mood was going to walk through that front door. But he was also the kind of man who didn't have to raise his voice to quieten a room. He could just give a certain look. Even his silence exuded something so sinister. His presence in that house alone was enough to keep everyone in that house living on edge. He controlled everything. He controlled the food, how much heating was in the house, who was allowed to go to the bathroom and when. It's like frickin' Sheldon with the bathroom schedule. Apart from the fact that we love Sheldon Cooper and we hate Ronald Gene Simmons. Now, every single room in this house, Ronald had to have access. Anyone's bedroom, every bathroom, the living room, the kitchen, everything was to be at his beck and call. But his bedroom, that was stocked with his favourite comfort food, his beer, this was off limits. No one could go in there. He locked it. How dare someone try and enter his personal private space? And yet he could walk in when his children are getting changed. But not only this, Ronald's little cosy man cave, it was covered with blankets, heaters, things that were necessary. When it was cold in the house, he could go to his room and cuddle up under his big fur blanket with a heater on full pelt, a beer and a packet of Wotsits in his hand, and his family are freezing in the living room because it's no bedtime for them yet. They're not allowed to go to bed yet. They're not allowed to put a duvet on them. They are not allowed warmth. Now, as I alluded to earlier, Ronald was also in control of if his children could date, but also who they could date. Now, if he got any kind of hint that someone might be in a relationship or dating someone else and he didn't know about it, he didn't give the okay to it, any hint of independence, dating, moving out, planning a future, all of this to Ronald was a betrayal. And when it does eventually get to a point when the children are adults and they know that they can do whatever they want, when they start leaving the house, Ronald takes it personally. And it wasn't in a way of, oh my God, like I'm really going to miss you, I really wish you weren't going. It was a way of, you're abandoning me and I will make sure you are punished. And let me tell you, this guy here holds a grudge. But it was very clear that any sort of love that you could get from Ronald Simmons, it was conditional based on how much you obeyed him, how many of his rules you followed, how many times you would talk back. His love, no matter what, was conditional, and to be honest, it wasn't even there. And this man, he would use psychological manipulation constantly. He guilty people, he would threaten them, he would sulk, he would play the victim. If someone challenged him, he would withdraw, he would brood, and he would create a tension that would suffocate the household until every single person apologised. And it didn't even matter if they had been involved in the initial incident. They also had to apologise. It was like living with a big, weaselly, pathetic man-child. So now, we come to April the 17th of 1981, right? And this is when an anonymous tip had been made to Children's Social Services. Now, this tip was about Ronald and an incestual relationship that he was having with his daughter Sheila. Not only this, it was a sexually abusive relationship where he had impregnated his own daughter. And whilst the tip, when it initially came in, it was, of course, anonymous. But as time went on, it would be revealed that this anonymous tip had come from Sheila's older brother, who had witnessed this abuse, who wanted to put a stop to it. He would call Children's Social Services 3 times on his own father to try and get Sheila help. Now, authorities, they obviously become involved because this is a young girl who is being sexually abused by her father and is now apparently carrying his child. So they speak to some of Sheila's friends and they confirm that Sheila did actually confide in them about the sexual abuse, about the fact that she was pregnant with her father's baby. Now, some of Sheila's friends did say that when Sheila described this, she didn't exactly say sexual abuse. She had more described it as a relationship that she had with her father. But let's call a spade here. It's abuse. She was groomed by her own parent. And I'm sorry, I don't care if incest is legal in some places and not in others. No father and daughter should have that kind of relationship. No father should ever be that way inclined to his own child and vice versa. No mother to any son or daughter. It's wrong. You are meant to protect that child. You're meant to love them in a different way. You should never be looking at your own child in that way. It's disgusting. Now, it was believed that this incestual abuse that was taking place had started in July of 1980. By June of 1981, Sheila was given birth to that child. When all of this takes place, the entire Simmons family, they were forced to go to counselling together. You know, instead of locking up Ronald for the abuser that he is, they got to attend counselling sessions. But This would end very abruptly after 5 weeks because Ronald found out anything he said in those sessions, it could be used against him in court. So August the 11th of 1981, in Otero County of New Mexico, Ronald Gene Simmons, he would be charged for engaging in an incestual relationship on at least 3 occasions. And this was a charge that could carry up to 9 years in prison, which really would have done us a world of good. However, the slithering snake that is Simmons, he believes that something like this might happen. He's prepared. So when the sheriff's deputies arrive to arrest him and his family have fled. They've disappeared. They've pulled a Houdini. Apologies, I had to do my wing-liner off camera because if I didn't, well, it would be all over my face. So sorry about that. Now, whilst New Mexico officials were very quietly fumbling the bag when it came to the Simmons family, an Otero County Human Services manager by the name of Abbe de Leon, they had received an anonymous tip that had said that the Simmons family might have fled to Arkansas. Now at this point you're probably thinking, well listen, they've got to phone the police, they've got to get Ronald arrested for sexually abusing his own daughter. No. I mean, that would be great, but of course that's not what's going to happen here. What this manager does is they write a very polite letter to the Arkansas Human Services in March of 1982. They explain the situation, and Arkansas basically reply to Otero County and say, yeah, you know what, that's not our job. That was out with our jurisdiction and there's nothing we can do. And that was it. That was where it was left. There was no follow-up, no check, no welfare visit, just pure vibes. So the incest charges against Ronald Gene Simmons, these would actually be temporarily dismissed in August of 1982. Now, the reason for this, and this is very, very important, is because they couldn't find the family. And the only witness that they did have was Sheila Simmons herself, and she was uncooperative according to them, but of course she was frickin' terrified of her own father. The dismissal of these charges wiped away the arrest warrant and also took Ronald Simmons off national databases. He basically got a factory reset on his life. Now I will say, if they found him later and if he was arrested, the charges could be reinstated. But until that point, Ronald Gene Simmons was just legally unproblematic, whilst being the most problematic, pathetic loser we will ever know. But, you know, congrats to him, I guess. So he's feeling a bit more at peace in Arkansas and he decides it's time to get, you know, some jobs. These would be low-level clerical jobs within, like, hospitals, military offices, food plants. It was never going to be anything glamorous, but it was enough to allow him to blend in and also to maintain control of his family. Now, I have to say, at this point in time, everything is very much unravelling within the Simmons home. What I've not told you is when the family fled to Arkansas, one of his adult children, his son, he had decided to stay back in New Mexico. He didn't want to go with his dad. He didn't want to live under his dad's thumb anymore. Now, Becky, Ronald's wife, she had stopped sharing a bed with Ronald when these sexual abuse allegations came to light. Should she have left him? Ideally, yes, but remember, this is a victim of abuse. The most dangerous time for her would be if she tried to leave this man. And just remember the manipulation and coercion that she has been under for decades. It's not as simple as just telling someone to leave. There is so much more to it that unless you go through it, you will never, ever, ever be able to understand, so please don't pass judgment on someone. And devastatingly for Sheila Simmons, the abuse that she was facing at the hands of her father, it didn't get any better. In fact, it only progressed over time, especially now that Becky wasn't sharing a bed with Ronald. And Sheila wound up being pregnant for a second time by her own father. This baby would go on to be aborted. Sheila never actually gave birth to the child. But this was Ronald who had forced her into this because he didn't want to raise the alarm. So now we are in 1983, we're in Pope County, and the Simmons family, they would buy this rural property. And this property would be named Mockingbird Hill. And this was the perfect kind of place for Ronald Gene Simmons. It was isolated, it was cut off from the rest of the town, there was no phone lines, and this wasn't because they couldn't be installed, but because Ronald chose not to. And within days of this family moving in, there was no trespassing signs put up all around the property. Not only this, but there was high-rise fences, and honestly, when you look back on it now, it very much says like cult rules activated. There was outhouses on these properties where some of the family were forced to stay, and these outhouses, Ronald would use them to his advantage. He would give his children shovels, he would force them to dig the pits deeper. He passed this off as, hard labour, teaching responsibility, giving them chores. But these pits that he was forcing his own children to dig, these are going to become very important in one of the sickest ways possible. So over time, the family, they begin escaping the clutches of Ronald Gene Simmons, right? There's the marriage, jobs, distance, children are moving out, children are getting married. One of his daughters got married, which really pissed him off. Ed and Anna here, because apparently I just forget to put in the crucial details when I'm filming. And that is the fact that the daughter that got married was Sheila. She married a man named Dennis McNulty, and as you can imagine, Ronald not having his daughter there to abuse really made him feel as though he was losing complete control. And by the late 1980s, there was only a few of them now remaining at Mockingbird Hill. But one thing that could usually be counted on every single year was that the family would all come home for Christmas. The children, the grandchildren, everyone would come back to Mockingbird Hill. And it's just horrific because the family were seeing this as an opportunity to reunite. I mean, listen, no one gave a tiny rat's ass about sitting down and chatting to Ronald, but they were excited to see each other, the siblings, they were excited to see their mother. Becky was excited to see her grandchildren. It should have been a special day. Now, Becky Simmons, Ronald's wife, she had actually sent out letters to her own siblings saying how happy she felt, how relieved she was that her children and the grandchildren were all going to come over for Christmas. It was like they were almost a family again. For the first time in a long time, the family was finally reconnecting. Now, at the same time where all the planning is going on for Christmas, life for Ronald was kind of collapsing. He worked as a freight clerk at a company, and let's just say he was always trying his luck with the ladies. And in particular, he tried it on with his supervisor, and when she rejected him, he tried it on with a fellow co-worker. She also had taste and rejected him. And this really bruised his ego, because who would turn down the great Santa Claus dupe Ronald Gene Simmons? Now, Ronald, not too long after this, he would go on to quit. He said that he quit because he was feeling very under pressure. But could it be that his ego couldn't handle the bruise? This whole thing left him bitter, it left him humiliated, and he decided that what he would do is turn to something that's never failed him before. His weapons. He had legally owned multiple firearms, and this included 2 handguns, one of which he purchased at Walmart, because of course he did. And by December of 1987, Ronald Gene Simmons, he had become a man who had evaded incest charges, lost control over his family, been rejected by 2 women at his work and by his own wife, lived in isolation on this self-made compound, and was staring down a Christmas that was going to reunite the very family he had abused for years. That very family he believed had abandoned him, had turned their backs on him. This man is just spiralling, going downhill by the day, and instead of seeking out therapy, seeking out help, taking accountability, apologising, or even going to prison and serving his time for the crimes that he's already committed, he would make another choice. A choice that was going to end his family, his co-workers, and any remaining illusion that this man was ever anything other than a deeply obsessed, pathetic, weaselly little loser. So come to the morning of December the 22nd, and Ronald Gene Simmons, he decides that this is when he's going to start his attack. He has family arriving in a couple of days, but he wants to make a start now because, you know, too many people against him might mean that he fails in what he wants to do. He decides that the first person he is going to kill in this house is his wife Becky. He said he was terrified that Becky was going to divorce him. And instead of just letting this woman go, letting her get on with her life without him, out with his control, he would murder her instead. After murdering his own wife, he would then go for his son Gene. Both Becky and Gene, they were bludgeoned before then being shot to death with a .22 caliber pistol. He then proceeded to murder his 3-year-old granddaughter by strangling her to death. And I'm sure you remember I was telling you about the pits that he was forcing the children to dig in the outhouses, and I said these pits would be very important. And that's because their bodies would be thrown into this pit. This was almost like their burial ground. He had planned this. He had thought about this for a long time. Now, later that very same day, his 4 other children, Eddie, Loretta, Marianne and Becky, they would return home from school. They were so excited to be coming home, or at least as excited as they could be in this house that they lived in. Because it was officially their school Christmas break. They were going to have some time off, hopefully get to relax, you know, and amongst the manual labour that their father would force them into. Only to be greeted in the house by this monster who would strangle each of them to death and then put their heads in a barrel that he had filled up with water to ensure that they were dead. Once he was finished murdering all 4 of his children, they were also threw into this pit on their property. And it's just so harrowing to hear, but an autopsy that would later be performed, it showed that Loretta in particular, she had really fought for her life. I mean, she had marks all over her. It looked like he had punched her in the face multiple times to try and subdue her. Her jewellery that she was wearing had all been broken in the struggle. It was clear that she had put up one hell of a fight, but sadly, devastatingly, Ronald Gene Simmons was able to overpower her. And somehow, after murdering some of his family, those closest to him, he somehow just continues on living his life within the house, and by December the 26th he would have exactly what he desired, and that was all of his family back under his roof, back under his control. That day, the first to arrive to the house would be his son Billy and Billy's wife Renata. It seemed as though as soon as they arrived, they were shot to death. They had brought their toddler with them to come and visit the family, and devastatingly this toddler would be strangled to death after their parents were killed. And then we come to Sheila. When Sheila arrives at this house, she would become the next victim, the daughter that this monster had sexually abused for years. But not only that, Sheila would bring her husband, Dennis McNulty, who Ronald Simmons just hated because Dennis, in his eyes, had took Sheila away from him. When they both arrive at the house, they would become the next victims. Both of them were shot to death. And then their daughter, who was only 7 years old by the name of Sylvia. And just when you hope and pray that it's not going to get any worse, it somehow does. Because he would then strangle his 21-month-old grandson Michael to death. And it just seemed as though there was no remorse, there was no thought about what he was doing. He just had eye on the prize of what he wanted, and he seemed to do it so easily. And Ronald, there was no element of panic. He wasn't trying to rush through this. He was very much taking his time, like he was soaking it all in, like he was enjoying it. He would lay their bodies out in the living room and then cover them with coats as if he was, I don't know, cleaning the house. Now, the 2 youngest children that Ronald had murdered, he would wrap them up in this plastic wrap, and instead of keeping them in the living room with the rest of the adult bodies, he took them to 2 cars that he knew were abandoned down the street, and he just put them in there and then left them. He knew that no one was going to search these cars. There was no reason for someone to search these cars, and no one was coming back to claim them. So he decided that's where they should go, separating them from their mother and father. And honestly, when I heard this part, I was like, you have got to be freaking kidding me. Like, the audacity of this man in his frazzly, wiry hair. He drives into town, right? And he decides, you know what, I might as well finish off my errands. He picks up Christmas gifts that he had ordered for his family. After slaughtering his family, there's no one left to receive these gifts. And then later that very night, he decided to go out drinking, almost like a celebration of all of the lives that he had took that day. And he was far from finished. Now, bearing in mind, all of this started on December the 22nd. It is now December the 28th. And Ronald decides he's going to sit down, he's going to get out his best stationery, and he's going to write some letters. Very coolly, calmly collected. He would mail one of these to his mother-in-law. Inside, it included cash, and there was a letter that had basically thanked her for everything and asked her to remember them. There was also similar letters that were then sent off to his nieces. All of them were postmarked for that very same morning, but how is it that these family members can receive letters of love and thank yous, but his closest family were treated in such monstrous ways? After doing this, he then decides that he's going to arm himself with 2 revolvers. He takes his son's car and he would drive into Russellville. And this is where the next part of his massacre would commence. So the first stop he makes that day is a law office, and his target here was a woman by the name of Kathy Kendrick. Now, the reason he was going after Kathy was because she had rejected his weird, creepy advances. And of course, this man is not someone who can handle any level of rejection. He walked into that office and he shot that woman 4 times in the head. She survives for a little bit of time, but 4 hours later in hospital, she lost her life. Now, the police, they were called after he committed this offence, but Ronald Simmons didn't care. He wasn't going to go into hiding. He was very much determined to finish what he had started. So he gets back in the car and he is avoiding all the main roads because obviously the police are likely going to be on these. And he heads off to an oil company. The reason for this, you might be asking? Well, of course, it is to kill a former employer. So he goes into this oil company and he would shoot the owner, who miraculously, by the grace of God, survived this. However, he did turn his attention to someone that he didn't even know. This was James Chaffin. He was a firefighter who was simply there that day just doing his job. The wrong place at the wrong time. This man, he had never ever wronged Ronald. There was no reason for Ronald to turn on him, but the more blood the merrier for Ronald. Now, he had also went after a clerk in this company. Thankfully, they were able to very narrowly avoid him, and they were able to give police a very detailed description of who they were looking for. And I know you're probably thinking, Anna, surely this weirdo is done now, and you would think so, but apparently not. He then drove to Sinclair Mini Mart. This was a place where he had previously worked. He goes in there, he shot the owner in the forehead and shot another employee in the jaw. And this isn't done in sudden fury or rage. I mean, obviously this has literally been going on for 6 days, but one witness to this particular crime said that Ronald Simmons, he was grinning like a Cheshire cat. He was enjoying this. He was enjoying the level of control, the fact that he had the ultimate control. He could take away someone's life or decide if they get to keep it. He loved every single minute. Ronald's final stop in this horrific killing spree that he was on would be Woodline Motor Freight. Now, the reason he was going there is because he wanted to shoot his former supervisor, Joyce Butts. Now, thankfully, this woman, she would survive, but she was left permanently injured. After he has wounded this woman terribly, he then says to one of the employees, very calmly and collected yet again, "Call the police. I've done what I came to do." And do you know, he sat there and he waited for the police to arrive. When the police finally get there, he surrendered himself. He didn't put up a fight, there wasn't any resistance, he handed his gun over, there was no dramatic shootout between him and the police. And when he was later asked why he hadn't killed himself, which honestly is kind of hilarious because I feel like they're genuinely asking, but at the same time it's like, do you know, why didn't you just kill yourself? Why not just get rid of yourself? That would have been better for everyone involved. But Ronald Simmons, he said that the reason he hadn't tried to kill himself was because he was afraid he would mess it up. Which, honestly, to me, that kind of tracks, because the only thing that this man was successful at in his entire life was destroying everyone else's lives. Everything else, including suicide, seemed to be out with his skill set. Now, it would later be confirmed after ballistics testing that the revolver that he had surrendered when the police caught him was the exact same revolver that was used to kill his family. Now, it's important to note at this point that the police, they've arrested him for the killing spree he's been on within the town. They have no idea what he's done to his family. So whilst Ronald Simmons is sitting in jail, the police, they're starting to sense that something's wrong. Things aren't adding up because witnesses, they spoke about Ronald having this very large family. So the police, they are trying to contact said family and they're getting no answer. They decide that they need to go and ask Simmons, where's your family at? Like, do we have the right number? And Simmons, who hadn't shown an ounce of emotion all day, suddenly when he's asked about his family, the ones that he's abused the entirety of their lives and also just murdered, he breaks down crying as if he suddenly cares about his family and what he's done to them. Now this of course alarms the police, and with this they head over to Mockingbird Hill, and I don't think they could ever have mentally prepared for what they were going to witness. As soon as they enter the home, they immediately find bodies. Some of them were covered in coats, others were still wearing their own coats because they had literally just arrived before being murdered. The electricity was off, there was Christmas presents that just sat there unopened. They tried to access his bedroom, which of course was locked, so they had to break down the door, and when they go inside, they see the stark contrast between his bedroom and the rest of the house. The rest of that house was deprived, basically. There was no comforts, there wasn't a lot of food, there wasn't any juices or anything like that, whereas you go into Ronald's bedroom, there's blankets, there's heaters, there's food, there's water, there's juice, there's all his little sweet treat comforts that he enjoys that he denied everyone else. It was like night and day. It appeared to them that he had been stockpiling the food for himself and only bringing out what he would allow the children and his wife to eat. So they then go outside, they're wandering around the property, and one of the deputies, they notice earth that looks freshly disturbed. The minute they go over and they start to shovel some of this earth, they would uncover 7 bodies. With Ronald's own statements, they were able to then locate the 2 children who were in the abandoned cars. And I can't even imagine having to witness 2 little children. I mean, I couldn't imagine having to witness anyone but 2 little children who had their whole lives ahead of them, and their dead bodies have just been abandoned in these vehicles out in the cold. It breaks my heart. In total, it was 14 family members that had been murdered by this one man. Some were shot, some had been strangled with cord. The house had shown signs that there was a violent rage going on. There was holes punched in walls, there was damage that looks like it's been made with metal bars or a heavy tool of some sort. And Simmons, he refused to explain any of it. I'm sure it comes as no shock that Simmons, he would be charged with capital murder, and prosecution, they were determined that they were seeking that death penalty. The murders would be classed as 2 separate episodes, so they had the family killings and then also the public killings. Investigators very quickly realised that this wasn't one man that snapped and decided to kill his family and anyone who he believes had wronged him, for simply rejecting his advances or sacking him because he was shit at his job. This was a man who over time, over decades, years and years and years, had abused, controlled, manipulated. And when he felt like he was losing all that control, when he felt like he was losing all his power, he decided to murder. So by December the 30th of 1987, Ronald Gene Simmons, he would be moved to Arkansas State Hospital where he would undergo a psychiatric evaluation. Because of course, when someone can murder the entirety of their family and then members of the public, you've got to ask yourself, is this guy insane? Or is he just a terrible human being? In most cases, it's always going to be the latter. Now, these evaluations, they go on for 2 months. They want to be sure, they have different doctors coming in, performing different evaluations and tests, and they would come back with the least surprising diagnosis. And that was that he knew exactly what he was doing. He was not insane, and he was very much competent to stand trial. Now, he had been diagnosed with a mixed personality disorder that featured narcissistic and paranoid traits. So really, he's just a self-obsessed control freak that believes everyone in the world is out to get him. So the judge, they accept the findings and they set a trial date. Ronald Simmons, at this point, he is very worried about money, and it's not for restitution. This is so he could pay his lawyers. And because there wasn't really much to work with, it was decided that everything he owned, everything that belonged to him, would be sold off in order to pay his lawyer fees. And it's so disturbing, but like the unopened Christmas gifts, these would be sold. Like gifts that were meant for the family, for the children. And I get it, but there's just something so it's given me goosebumps. It's just a really horrible thought. There was also building materials and parts of the freaking murder compound that were sold as well. So then we come to the very first trial that he would face, because there's going to be more than one. Now, the first trial was for the Russellville rampage. Now, when he went to trial for this, he pled not guilty, right? He said he was innocent, and trust me, I'm right there with you. If you are shouting at the TV, I was as well. So he pleads not guilty, but he requests a speedy trial, and he also made it clear that he wanted the death penalty. But he's pled not guilty, so how does that work? I'm getting to it, bear with. And let's just get this straight, this wasn't because he was remorseful, but because to him, life without control over everyone and everything sounded a lot worse than dying. Now, I had to look this up because I was like, well, why would he plead not guilty if he wanted the death penalty, he didn't want to go to prison, and he actually wanted to die? What's the whole deal with that? Well, apparently, if he had pled guilty, the maximum sentence that he could have got would be life in prison without the possibility of parole, whereas if he goes not guilty and there's a trial, then his maximum penalty could be the death penalty. It all kind of makes sense now. Now, this particular trial would last only 4 days. There was witnesses there to identify him. Ballistics tied him to the shootings. And the defence, they presented nothing. Not very much at all. There was no witnesses, there was no evidence, there was no alternate story. Because when your client is someone like Ronald Gene Simmons, there isn't really a counter-in, but actually, that's available. So the jury would deliberate for less than 2 hours, and they decided that he was in fact guilty. And then another 2 hours would pass by and they serve him the death penalty. And I'm all for the death penalty for monsters like this, but knowing that he wanted the death penalty kind of makes me wish he didn't get the death penalty, because he was genuinely sitting there nodding along like he was happy that he got the answer he wanted. I feel like just to be a spiteful bitch, I would have been like, life in prison. Give him what he doesn't want, not what he wants. But then it could be reverse psychology. Interesting. So then, shortly after this, he would then announce to the court that he wants to waive any right to appeal. It was very loud, it was very dramatic. He had a written statement about the fact that it was the only just punishment, and anything less than that was cruel to him. Yes, because apparently when you go to trial for murdering a ton of people, your family, the public, it's still all about you. So then we come to the next trial, and that was the trial for his family members. 1 count, 14 bodies. As you can probably imagine, the courtroom was packed and the security there was pretty freaking tight because it had to be. And the thing is, with this case, everyone had heard about it, and I mean everyone. There was no chance that he was going to get an unbiased juror. Now, the prosecution, they laid out all the evidence. They've got the mass grave that was on the property, the bodies, the ballistics, the letters, the incest with his own daughter, the control, and also the motive. And Simmons, he's worrying. He's like, what if they're not going to give me what I want? I really need to make a show of myself, really show people how much they should hate me. And not only that, but also get the attention back on myself. During a routine sidebar, he would lunge across the courtroom and punch the prosecutor in the face. And this is really just him trying to control the narrative again, even if it means making the court hate him, which is what he wants. He is still in control of that. He is making sure he is still pulling the strings. And he did later admit he wanted the jury to hate him in order to get the death penalty. Now, despite his little live concert in the middle of the court and the trial, it would continue. So he didn't get it ended like he thought he would. And the defence, again, they just didn't have anything to go on. They presented no witnesses, there was no supporting evidence in his favour. And the jury, they had no option but to convict him. And he would again be sentenced to death. And Ronald Simmons, again, shows no emotion. He's already got what he wants. He's not even like clocked in anymore. He knows that he's getting the death penalty and he is satisfied with that. But this part is where things get a little bit messy. And not because anything that Ronald Simmons does for once in his life, but it's because people just didn't want to seem to let him die quick enough. And I'm talking lawyers, the clergy, the courts. There was appeals about whether he should be able to waive his appeals. And Ronald Simmons was furious because this is not what he wanted. He would insult anyone that tried to intervene, anyone that tried to help him in a way. So the courts, they go back and forth. Stays were issued, they were lifted, they were reissued, and eventually the US Supreme Court had ruled that no one else could advocate on his behalf anymore. No one else had the right to appeal, bar Ronald Simmons. AKA, please just give up and let him die. Let us bury this man. The only person now that could stop this execution was Simmons himself, and he wasn't going to do that. So then we come to June the 25th of 1990, and this was the day that Ronald Gene Simmons would be executed via lethal injection, which was the method that he requested for himself. He did give a final statement, but to be honest, it really didn't make that much sense. He yapped on, he coughed, he convulsed, he died. That's all we need to know. It probably comes as no surprise, but when he was buried, there was no family there, no one wanted to claim his body, no one cared to memorialise him, which honestly feels pretty correct. Ronald Gene Simmons had never apologised, never explained, he never expressed any remorse. And people who knew him, they believe that his silence was just one final attempt at having complete control. Just withholding those answers from everyone, even in his death. And authorities, they were left with this one lingering question that they couldn't quite get their heads around. And that was the why. But as we know, the truth is with men like Ronald Gene Simmons, the why never really leads you anywhere that interesting. Because the answer is never that complex or clever. It always comes down to ego, control, resentment, and a man that is so small that he needs any form of domination to feel real. And that is all he ever was, a small, little, insecure, weaselly, pathetic, weirdo, loser man. Actually, correct, man-child. I just want to take a moment to remember the victims, bring it right back round to them, the people who actually matter in this case, the ones who endured torture for years and years, and the ones who were just simply living their lives, who became a victim to this monster. I hope the victims of this case are resting peacefully now, and I hope and pray that their families received the support that they so desperately required and deserved. And my heart, my prayers, every fibre of my being goes out to people who were affected by this case, who were affected by this lowlife scumbag. I send every single one of you healing and love and support. On Christmas Day 2010, emergency responders walked into a flat in Newham, East London, expecting possibly a domestic dispute, maybe even a drunken injury. But what they found instead looked like the crime scene of a horror film. Water everywhere, blood smeared across walls and floors, random objects smashed, broken, scattered, almost as if the house had been fighting for its own life. In the centre of that devastation lay 15-year-old Kristy Bamu. He was motionless, brutalised, and already gone. His clothes were soaked, his body destroyed by days of torture, and standing nearby, his older sister, Magali, and her boyfriend, Eric Bikubi. Two people who insisted that Kristy hadn't been murdered. In their minds, this was a spiritual intervention, apparently. They claimed that the teenager had been possessed, that they were just driving out evil spirits. Because when you want an excuse for sadism, witchcraft is very convenient. The police took one look at Kristy's body and they knew instantly whatever story these two were selling wasn't even close to reality. Because this wasn't an exorcism. It wasn't religion. This was brutality disguised as superstition. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel, or welcome to my channel. If you are new here, I hope you're all doing so well. Welcome back to another true crime and makeup episode. Oh yeah. And just in case you are new here, my name is Anna. I am a certified yapper. One day I decided I'm gonna hop on the internet, I'm going to yap about true crime, and now I find myself doing it twice a week, every single week on a Wednesday and Sunday. So, with that being said, if true crime is your jam, I highly suggest that you subscribe, get the notification bell on because, well, like I said, I'm here for you twice a week, every single week, and it's free. Please don't forget to engage with this video in some way. A like, a comment, a share, it means the world to me, and if you could please hype the video, that would mean everything. That is if YouTube has enabled that feature again. So we'll see. Any details you need regarding me, myself and I can all be found listed down below in the description. That'll give you my social media handles, Instagram, TikTok, products used on my face today, in case you're interested. But I think I've said everything I need to say. Hopefully. Possibly. So without any further rambling and any further ado, let's get into the harrowing case of Kristy Bamu. You know, it's funny, I was actually going to jump on here and explain just how tired I was, because there is a chance that I might trip up on my words, which I do every time anyway. But I have been so exhausted since the weekend. I have no idea what's going on, think I might be getting ill. Love that for me. But I am so tired that I just sat for 5 minutes having a mental breakdown, a mentee bee, because I thought my camera was broke. Because it was just a black screen, okay? So picture me nearly crying, freaking out, screaming, crying, throwing up, only to realise the lens cap was still on the camera. I mean, I'm gonna blame that on me being exhausted, but there is a chance that I am just so frickin' stupid. Although I can confirm that my microphone is plugged in, so we should be recording with sound today. Yay! What the hell, Leonte? Where's my mirror? Oh wait, I was sitting on it. Love that. Now I think this is so important for every single case that we sit here and cover, but especially this one, to be able to understand the sheer cruelty of this case. You need to understand just how gentle the young boy was that was at the centre of this. So Kristy Bamu, he was born in 1995 and he was born in Paris to a Congolese immigrant family. So his father was Pierre and his mother was Jacqueline. And these two parents, let me tell you, they were ride or die for their children, and I know that should be the case with every parent. Unfortunately, it's not. But Jacqueline and Pierre, they would do anything to protect their children, to look after their children. Both of them were so hardworking, they were gentle parents, and they were fiercely protective of every single one of them. Pierre and Jacqueline ensured that each of their children's birthdays were celebrated to be these huge deals. They were made to feel so special every single birthday. They insisted that their children got the best education possible, and more than that, they wanted to teach their children manners, respect, empathy, and this was something that their home would be full of. And Kristy Bamu, he absorbed every single one of these traits, everything that he was taught from his parents. He listened to, he was like a sponge, he just soaked every part of it up. Now, he was the third eldest, but I would say emotionally, he was the most sensitive. He was the most in tune with other people's feelings. And because he felt everything so strongly, he was the kind of child that just didn't want to argue with anyone, also didn't want anyone else arguing. I mean, any time there was an argument breaking out in that house, Kristy put himself in the middle, he would play the mediator and he would try and calm everything down. He just hated conflict. It was something he never involved himself in. Now, when it came to school, Kristy was an incredible student. I mean, the teachers, they had said that he was polite beyond his years. He was described as being gentle and patient and the kind of boy who just wants harmony. Doesn't want any conflict, doesn't want any drama. His sisters had said that he was the one sibling that if you had chores to do, if you were running a bit behind, he would offer up his time and his help without even being asked. His brother Eve had said that Kristy was the calm one. He was the one that never shouted, didn't slam doors, never, ever, ever provoked anyone. His family members would note that he was someone who loved and adored football. He played it constantly. His favourite player was Cristiano Ronaldo. And when he wasn't out playing football, he would be at home with his siblings, playing video games, watching TV, having a laugh and a joke, doing anything to brighten their day or his parents' day. And anytime Kristy had a moment to himself, he really enjoyed watching music videos on YouTube. And not only that, but he loved watching like comedy skits. He'd watch them on YouTube whenever he could, and he was a bit of a jokester himself. This was a kind of boy that never had any disciplinary issues, had no behavioural issues at all. He wasn't rebellious, he wasn't aggressive, he wasn't unpredictable. He was just 15 years old, a child, and a very, very, very good-hearted one. Now, of course, Kristy thought the world of every single one of his siblings. Truly, he loved them all exactly the same. But if there was one in particular that he really, really, really looked up to, that was his sister, Magali. Kristy viewed her as the one who was grown up, who was independent, who was making it on her own. Magali had moved away to London and Kristy just thought she was the coolest person ever. And of course, to Kristy, viewing his sister living in London, living what he thought was the high life, it seemed so glamorous and it really did seem so cool to him. And Kristy admired her so much. All he ever wanted was her approval. He wanted Magali to be proud of him and he trusted her wholeheartedly. So when Magali had made the call back to the family home saying that she would love for the 3 younger siblings to come and spend Christmas in her flat in London, they were ecstatic, Kristy especially. I mean, he was so excited. He was going away from Paris to London. It felt grown up, it felt independent, although he was travelling with his siblings. But this trip was all he spoke about. He spent weeks getting the perfect gifts for everyone. He wanted that Christmas to feel special. He wanted it to be full of love, full of laughter. He wanted to create amazing memories and just have the best time with his big sister, who he didn't get to see as often as he wanted. But the thing is, back home in Paris, none of the family, not the parents, not the siblings, knew that Magali had changed since being in London. I mean, it was a stark contrast. No one realised that she had become isolated, hardened, and she was swallowed by someone else's ideology. When Kristy walked into his sister's flat, he thought it was going to be time to bond with his sister, get to hear all the stories about her amazing life in London. But instead, he had clearly walked into the deadliest trap. And I suppose to understand the role that Magali would play in the death of Kristy Bamu, we have to go back, we have to understand who she was before she moved to London, how she was described prior to then versus who she had really turned out to be. So Magali, she had grown up with that same upbringing, in that family with structure, warmth, love, proudness from the parents, a really, really close family unit with a very strong bond. And you'd expect that the siblings, who have all turned out the same way, you know, Kristy, his younger brother, younger sister, you would imagine that Magali would turn out the same. But the fact is that she grew differently through that experience. She didn't absorb it the way the other siblings did. She went completely against it. And I think it's people like this who are just born wrong, who are born with that evil through their veins. And don't get me wrong, as a child, there's not exactly massive waving red flags. I mean, she grew up brittly insecure. And she wasn't outwardly shy, but it was very clear that every situation she was in, she felt like she was overshadowed constantly. In her mind, she had to fight to get the attention of others. She felt as though she just faded into the background, and that is not how Magali wanted to be. And when it comes to talking about Magali's time in school, again, no waving red flags. The teacher said that she was actually incredibly bright. I mean, She was inconsistent, but she was bright. She could have soared academically if she'd applied herself, but it always seemed like she was too busy chasing the approval of others. And the thing is, with Magali, she was so desperate to feel special, but she didn't care that she was already seen as someone special to her family. That wasn't enough. She wanted external validation. And it was that sort of internal hunger for validation that doesn't just leave, it just waits for the wrong person to feed into it. Now, as she got older, it did seem as though the geographical bouncing around, you know, from Congo to Paris, from Paris to London, it did seem to disrupt her sense of identity. And obviously it is a tough thing for immigrant children. Sometimes it can be difficult to adapt, but most of the children do. Magali, however, she really struggled. She just could not adapt to new environments. And yet she moved herself from Paris to London off her own accord. It would later be stated that the reason Magali wanted to move from Paris to London was so she could have a complete rebrand. You know, she just wanted to reinvent herself. And that's great, more power to you, but she was going to try and reinvent herself in the worst ways possible. Sorry, I know this has absolutely nothing to do with the case, but I just had to go and blend that liquid green eyeshadow off camera because I thought my eyelids were going to melt off. If you have sensitive eyes, sensitive eyelids, sensitive skin, that product is not for you. I will link it down below for anyone who doesn't have sensitive skin and sensitive eyes, but felt like I was going to be eyelidless after applying that. I mean, it's fine now that it's settled, so if you want to deal with the burn, I mean, fair play, but I think that will be sitting in my makeup drawer and never returning. But I've committed to the cause now, so we're going to keep going with it. So, as I was saying, Magali, she is hoping to rebrand, you know, start a new life, new beginnings, maybe find out who she really is by herself without her family. But instead of doing eat, pray, love and soul searching, she just searches for someone she can cling on to who seems more powerful, more wise, more confident and unwavering. And this is when we would come to Eric Bikubi. So when Magali and Eric meet, she was desperate. She was lonely, in search of validation, blah de blah de blah. And when she met Eric, who had this, you know, swagger about him, or like a really embarrassing swagger, do you know that way when some people walk and it kind of looks like they might have pooped their pants? That kind of vibe. But Magali loved it. Couldn't get enough of it. And with his forceful personality, this filled the void that Magali was so desperate to fill. And the shift to her family, it was almost immediate after meeting Eric. I mean, she was someone who used to always call home, would check in with the family. Suddenly, she's becoming more reserved. The calls become less frequent. And any visits they had just became completely awkward. It's like they didn't know who she was anymore. And it was very obvious that any conversation she had been softened. And I don't mean like in tone, I don't mean she was talking like this and being very soft. I mean, the actual conversation itself was soft. There wasn't much to it. There was no context. It was like she was editing herself for the radio or television. Like she was making sure that whatever she said was something that wouldn't displease Eric, Prince Eric. And although the shift was immediate, the absolute change of Magali wasn't. It was more kind of like a slow burn, gradually happened until she just wasn't speaking to anyone. So we come to 2010 when Magali is just completely shaped and enamoured by Eric. She at this point was mirroring his beliefs. She would defend his temper. She internalised his paranoia, and not only this, but his obsession with witchcraft would become her new obsession. And I know in these stories witchcraft is never a good thing, and I'm not saying witchcraft is bad, I'm just saying there's certain people who come across witchcraft and change it in their minds to be something else completely, to try and normalise what they're doing, when really they're just being plain evil. They give witchcraft a bad name. Great, just got eyeshadow on my jumper. And I think the most chilling part when it comes to Magali is that it wasn't like she was just this victim of brainwashing. She would become a full-on participant in enforcing these ideas that were the very ones that imprisoned her in the first place. This woman's sense of empathy, had eroded completely, and it would just be replaced with this fragile loyalty that she had to a man who weaponized her insecurity for sport. But what you need to know and what you need to understand is that with Magali, this is exactly what made her so dangerous. She was vulnerable enough to be manipulated into being a certain way. She had all the vulnerability of someone who was easy to control, but this was paired with a deep-rooted sense of cruelty that had always been within her. Now, honestly, I'm going to jump ahead just very slightly for just a little minute, but when Eric decides that Kristy is possessed, Magali doesn't even question it. And it's not because she actually believed that Kristy was possessed, but because Eric believed it. That was enough for her. Because pleasing him, that had become her primary function. She would laugh when her little brother cried. She would slap him when he begged for his life, and she would turn away whenever he asked for mercy. And I just want to put that in here because we need to emphasise the cruelty of this woman. She is not someone to be empathised with. She is cruel, she is calculated, and she is plain evil. And she wasn't under some kind of spell like she would try and later say. She was under her own choice, one that she made repeatedly. Eric over her own family, Eric over her own brother, and Eric over basic humanity. And now we come to the world's biggest loser, Eric, the very man who mistook his own paranoid delusions for prophecy, as so many of them do. So Eric, he was born in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and his early life was marked with great instability. This was a very volatile environment where hardship was normal and any trust in people was scarce. So when he arrived in the UK as a teenager, he didn't arrive with a clean slate. Instead, he had carried over this tightly wound up ball of complete resentment. Not only that, but insecurity and that overwhelming sense that the world owed him a favour. When people would later describe Eric, they said that he was the kind of person who was very intense, who gave off like low-key weirdo vibes, and that's just code for, you know, this is the kind of guy that you don't want to be trapped in a small room with, especially if he gets angry, but also just not at all. And before Eric had even developed his delusions that he completely bought into, he wasn't a perfect person. He was someone who constantly demanded control. If you got in a disagreement with this man, he would see that disagreement as disrespect. And this is just typical little Weasley insecure man syndrome, when they can't stand that someone might stick up for themselves against them, might disagree with their Delulu beliefs. And what I wanted to say there, instead of Delulu, was doolally. Scottish word of the day. Doolally means that you're mental, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way against mental illness. It means mental as in rage, like you're a bit crazy, like you could just fight someone at the drop of a hat, those kind of vibes. Doolally. Let me know if you use it in daily life. And this was a kind of man who needed dominance the same way that normal people needed praise. And if he felt insulted by you, you know, whether you said something insulting or not, if he just took it the wrong way, he didn't want an argument. He wanted to punish you. He was someone whose temper wasn't just quick, it was entirely disproportionate. Any inconvenience in his life became a crisis, and any tiny mistake that someone might make, this became betrayal. I mean, honestly, the guys need to like take a break and have a Kit Kat, take a chill pill, calm down, climb down from the ceiling. It is not that deep. And then Eric decides, you know what, this instability that I've got, instead of working on it, I'm just going to make it worse. He would throw in his own distorted version of Kendoke. Now this is a concept of witchcraft that can be found in some Congolese traditions. Now when Kendoke is practiced culturally, it is quite complex. It has meaning, it has symbolism, it has loads of context, but it was very clear that Eric himself, he didn't understand Kendoke even though he thought he did, and he certainly didn't respect cultural traditions, because what he would do instead is he would use Kendoke as almost like a diagnostic tool for his own paranoia, because of course anyone who annoyed him or challenged him or simply had the misfortune of being around this guy when he was in a bad mood, he would brand them a witch. And this was something he took seriously. I mean, listen, you looked at him the wrong way, he's going to brand you a witch. He was accusing ex-girlfriends of being witches. He was accusing children. He was accusing elderly adults. He even accused some of his neighbours who he had never even spoken to. And at that point, this is not spirituality. This is an ego wearing a costume. It's a deeply insecure little man who is disguising rage as righteousness. Now, when Kristy Bamu and his younger siblings, when they had boarded that Eurostar from Paris to London on December the 19th of 2010, they were so excited. And I mean buzzing with excitement. You could feel it vibrating off of them. It's Christmas time, they're teenagers on this trip together, and they're getting to go and visit their cool, independent, glamorous older sister all the way in London. And Kristy was so excited. He couldn't wait to give his big sister the presents that he had so carefully picked out for her. He wanted to show her how thoughtful he was and how grown up he had become. And if this young boy had felt any nerves at all, it was those normal ones, like the nerves that you get before a big night out, or the nerves you get before Christmas when it's actually excitement. These siblings were all so excited to be in Newham. But the minute they stepped through that door to that flat, everything changed immediately. The atmosphere didn't even feel tense. It just felt completely wrong. Now, that flat, it was described as feeling very cramped. And it's not even because the flat was small. It was more because Eric Bikubi, he was taking up all the oxygen. He was a literal oxygen thief. He was there immediately, glaring at them, sizing them up, acting like some kind of overly suspicious bouncer at a nightclub who thinks that his job is the most important job in the world. And you know what it's like when you travel from, I don't know, one place to another. When you meet up with someone, you ask them, how are you? How was your trip? How was the train? How was the plane? Basic chit chat. There's an element of warmth. You want to make sure that the people who are visiting got there safely and got there happily. But when they arrive at the door, Eric just looked irritated. There was no warmth whatsoever. It was immediate tension despite not even knowing them. And Magali, the person who these children were so excited to see, she wasn't any better. She didn't greet them with this warmth and excitement of an older sibling excited to see her younger siblings. She was guarded, she seemed distracted, she seemed off, she seemed wrong. And the siblings were honestly quite disappointed in the greeting that they had received. I mean, this was a trip they had spoke about for weeks and weeks and weeks that they had planned, and it just wasn't living up to that expectation. So of course, the siblings, they're all very much in tune with each other. I mean, they're so close. Excluding Magali, of course, she's just turned into a weirdo somewhere along the line. But these siblings, they're exchanging knowing glances with each other. Do you know that kind of glance and glare that teenagers are very much fluent in? I myself used to be fluent in that same glance. The one that says nothing but tells you everything. But the thing is, you need to remember they are far from home. They have a return ticket to Paris, but not for days and days and days. I mean, they're here for the holidays. So they don't want to upset anyone. They don't want to make any waves. So they just try and jolly along and try and lift the mood. Now, it is said that Kristy himself, he in particular, went very, very quiet. And it wasn't to be ignorant. It wasn't to cause any hassle. It was simply to try and steady the mood. Remember, this is someone who hates conflict, who never wants to be in arguments with anyone. He just wanted to enjoy the trip. He just wanted to enjoy the time with his family. But Eric, the freak, he takes silence as a reason to be suspicious. So weirdo Eric, he starts scrutinising every aspect of the children's behaviour. A dropped glass, God forbid they giggle, they might whisper to each other, they might even look at each other for reassurance, or they look tired because they were travelling. If they didn't respond to one of Eric's questions quick enough, if they were clumsy, shy, nervous. Basically, if they behaved like normal teenagers, Eric, in his deranged mind, he believed that this was all signs of Kindoki. Even if one of the siblings hesitated when answering one of his questions, because let's be honest, this is the kind of guy that's going to ask questions like they're a frickin' trap. But he would stare at them like he was diagnosing some kind of demon. If they accidentally bumped into a wall or they bumped into the sofa, Eric viewed this is spirit interference. That spirit just pushed them. That spirit's trying to get inside them. And any time that Kristy would become overwhelmed or would go inside himself, Eric didn't see a boy trying to fight. He saw it as this young boy being guilty of witchcraft. Bearing in mind that Kristy was the most emotionally vulnerable child, it was normal for him to react to situations that made him uncomfortable, that made him upset. And this was a monster who was weaponising that against him. This cretin was literally looking at tired teenagers, tired children, and thinking to himself, yep, that's it right there, demonic possession. If ever I've seen it, that's demonic possession. This is basically The Exorcist. We should call them Reagan and Colin Father Karras. And as we all know, delusion needs a leader, but it also needs a follower. Return Magali. Desperate for Eric's approval, she started mimicking exactly what he was saying. She was watching the kids far too closely, and she would also comment saying that she believed something was wrong with them, especially with Kristy. And very slowly she began assisting Eric's madness. She was literally the hype woman for delusion. So loser Eric, it didn't take him long before he wanted to confront the children about their witchcraft behaviour. So he starts asking them really bizarre questions. Why are your eyes moving like that? Stop lying with your eyes. Why are you whispering? I mean, God forbid you're trying to avoid a weirdo overhearing your conversation about said weirdo. He even straight up asked these children, what spirits have you brought into my house? Tell me. And I'm sorry, but could you imagine being a teenager that's travelled to a foreign place, that, you know, a place that's foreign to you at least, and when you arrive tired, nervous, unsettled, you've got this loser interrogating you about demons, about the way you blink. And of course the siblings, they denied every single one of Eric's accusations, rightfully so. They were confused and alarmed and honestly must have been thinking, what the actual f*** is going on here? But what they didn't realise is that denial, this was something that just further enraged Eric, and it fit almost far too neatly into his narrative, and that was that witches will always deny being witches. These children, literally, they couldn't do right for doing wrong, they couldn't explain themselves, but they couldn't admit to being a witch either, because either way, Eric is going to be furious. Now, devastatingly, it would be Kristy's silence that would seal his fate, because Eric took it personally, as if this child being gentle, being a good person was a direct threat to his authority. And if there is one thing that violent men can't tolerate, it is a soft boy who will not be intimidated into performing fear correctly. Kristy would try to explain himself, he would try to keep the peace. But the more he tried doing this, the more Eric seen possession. Now, once Eric was 100% certain that Kristy was in fact a witch, this home, or, you know, whatever level of home it was before, was now turned into a controlled environment. He was now demanding tests, he was demanding confessions. He demanded that the siblings sit down and expose each other. And I mean, this whole thing is just classic coercive control. Isolate, destabilise, interrogate, and escalate. Now, these tests that the children were being forced into, they were becoming increasingly more humiliating. They were being made to pray out loud, they were being forced to kneel in really awkward positions. They had to repeat phrases, they had to endure freezing cold water, and they also had to try their best to answer these rapid fire accusations without a moment to think. And any mistake that they made in the eyes of Eric and Magali, this was all used as evidence and could be fatal. Now, Magali, she stood firmly behind Eric. Not once would she come between Eric and her brother. Not once did she ever tell Eric that he was wrong and that she was leaving. Not once did she ask him or beg him to stop. Instead, she began participating. She would watch her brother Kristy's fear with coldness. And it was a coldness that even Eric struggled to match. Like I said earlier, she would even slap her own brother just to show Eric that she aligned with his authority. 3 days before Christmas, these siblings were being punished. By December the 22nd, Kristy's torture had begun. By December the 23rd, he was begging for his life. By December the 24th, he was so beyond injured that he couldn't stand. And by Christmas morning, this young boy would be dead. So let's go to the morning of December the 22nd, and this is when Eric's delusions had almost become a fantasy. It had matured into this fantasy about him being the heroic self-appointed exorcist. And Kristy, he was the centrepiece of the demons, the ones ruining Eric's life. Because, nothing says spiritual awareness than blaming a 15-year-old boy for your unemployment and your insecurity. The siblings at this point, they were barely sleeping and they had no minute to relax or move freely. The minute they woke up would be the minute that Eric would start interrogating them. His eyes darted between the three siblings as if he was waiting on one of them sprouting horns and confirming his beliefs. And of course, Kristy, he was nervous, he was exhausted, and he would occasionally look over to his other siblings for some form of reassurance. And Eric seized on this because he believed that Kristy was casting spells with his eyes. And being serious, blinking, glancing, looking around. Suddenly, these are all techniques of witchcraft. And Magali, she was following every single accusation with an obedient silence or very subtle encouragement. She had even started to echo the words of Eric just to make sure he truly knew that she aligned with him. And the siblings realised that their big sister, the one who they had been so excited to spend time with, the one who they couldn't wait to visit, who they looked up to, who they thought was so cool, she wasn't going to save them. She was now part of the threat. She was no longer that big sister who grew up loving them and caring for them. She was a complete and utter monster. God, I really feel like I'm haunting my own house again with this foundation. So these interrogations, they continue. They're ongoing and they are escalating by the minute. Eric is still demanding with Kristy to tell him what spirits he brought into the home. He was still trying to force these siblings to turn on each other, but their bond was so strong, they completely refused. But again, their refusal to go along with Eric's delusions. He believed they were colluding. Now, as that night fell, things were only getting worse for Kristy and his siblings, especially Kristy though. He was the forefront of their delusional beliefs. He was being slapped, hit, beaten with objects that no child should ever be touched with. Every time he flinched or stumbled or hesitated with a question, he was further accused of witchcraft and further punished. Now that very night, Eric, he had taken away the siblings' beds. He had taken away their comfort, that last bit of safety that they were so desperately clinging on to. They were kept awake all night, forced to stand for long periods of time, and they were interrogated relentlessly. Young Kristy, he begged, he cried, he pleaded, but the more he did this, the more Eric believed it reinforced the demonic resistance. Magali, her role had hardened at this point. She wasn't just allowing this violence to take place, she was very much in the middle of it. Her little brother would cry out to her. Multiple times he begged for his big sister, hoping that somehow she was still in there. And every single time he was just met with this coldness and callousness that he did not recognise. And his siblings said that betrayal to Kristy, that appeared to hurt him more than the blows he was facing. By the morning of December the 23rd, a new method of torture was introduced in this whole thing, and that was water. Eric would force Kristy into the bathtub. He framed this as the purification process, but all this was, to its very core, was water torture. He had filled the tub all the way up and he was pushing Kristy's head underneath the surface. He demanded that he confess. He demanded that he confess to witchcraft. Demanded that he admitted to witchcraft. But what this frickin' loser doesn't realise is you cannot admit to jack shit when you are being submerged in a tub of water. Kristy was thrashing and Eric believed this was because the spirits were resisting. What an idiot. An idiotic, pathetic, Weasley little loser, because this isn't someone resisting spirits. This is someone resisting drowning. Every single time Kristy had the chance to choke for breath, Eric said this was the demons crying out. Magali stood at the side of this tub and she watched the life drain out of the very baby that she had once cradled. There was breaks in between this drowning because You know, obviously they want to prolong this torture. But the breaks in between, they weren't really breaks at all, because Kristy was constantly being beaten with sticks, with broken ceramic tile, with pliers, anything else within their reach, metal bars, you name it, this young boy was being bet with it. They were using chairs, they were using lamps. Some of these were actually breaking under the force that was being used against Kristy. The pliers that I mentioned, they were used on Kristy's face, they were used on his ears and his fingers, causing injuries that had horrified seasoned investigators. Every grab, every twist, everything that this young boy endured came with the same deranged justification that the spirits must come out. These younger siblings are having to stand back and watch what is happening to Kristy. They are forced to face this. They try and defend him, they try and beg and plead for Eric and Magali to stop, but every time they begged, they were punished. Eric would accuse them of being witches and telling them that they were going to be next. They were trapped in this psychological nightmare, and nothing they said, nothing they did, it didn't matter. By Christmas Eve, Kristy's body was covered in welts, bruises, lumps. His jaw was clearly damaged, half of his teeth were loosened, some had even snapped off completely. He was becoming weaker as each and every single hour passed. He could barely walk, he could barely breathe. He was crying out not to die. And this wasn't him being dramatic, it wasn't him overreacting, it was because this boy could feel himself slipping away. Now Eric, when he sees the weakness of Kristy and the begging, he sees this as his exorcism working. The spirits are finally starting to leave. His justification, it was delusional, but to him, airtight. Now by the evening of December the 24th, Christmas Eve, a time that should feel special, should be special, you should be with your loved ones, enjoying yourself. But Kristy, he was barely even conscious. He could barely even respond to these questions and interrogations that were still ongoing. This boy wasn't fighting demons, he was literally fighting for breath. And still, even at his weakest, Eric refused to stop. The siblings would later say that Kristy had whispered to them at one point, saying, "I'm going to die, please, I'm going to die." And Eric was just dripping with this sadistic satisfaction and told Kristy that he needed to finish the confession. And then we come to Christmas morning, and this is 3 days into this relentless torture that Kristy is facing. He was so weak on Christmas morning that when he was put in this bathtub, he no longer could resist. In fact, when he was put into this bathtub, it didn't even look so much like he was drowning. He was just sinking. His body literally had nothing else to give. His siblings, they were begging and screaming with Eric, pleading with him to stop. They begged Magali to intervene. They had begged Kristy to hold on. But the pair who were causing this horror, who were causing this terror, trauma and death, they stood firm. They refused to stop. When Kristy's body finally came to a complete halt, when his body was still, Eric stepped back, and it wasn't with horror, but with this empty satisfaction of a man who believes that he is one. And Magali, she didn't run over to Kristy, she didn't try to intervene or to help even though it was too goddamn late. She didn't hold him, she didn't weep for her brother. And what is just such an eerie thing to imagine is the siblings are in the bathroom with Eric and Magali. Kristy's dead body is lying in that bathtub, and in the other room, the Christmas lights are flickering, whilst this 15-year-old boy is lying dead at the very hands of the people that he trusted. By the time that this weaselly excuse of a man, Eric, had stepped away from that bathtub, Kristy was gone. He was 15 years old, he was gentle, he was kind, he wouldn't have hurt a fly. And he was completely destroyed. And it wasn't by witchcraft, not by spirits, not by any paranormal delusion, but by someone who should have fiercely protected him. Now, Magali and Eric at this point, they're looking at Kristy in the bathtub, and there's not a sense of regret. There is not a regretful, remorseful bone in either of their bodies, but there's a panic. A mechanical panic, a panic of two horrendous human beings, or sorry excuses for human beings, who suddenly realise they might get in trouble. And, they don't want to get in trouble. They haven't done anything wrong in their eyes, or, as they would try and lead people to believe, they didn't think they did anything wrong, but let's be honest, they knew exactly what they were doing. But they would lift Kristy's lifeless body from the bathtub, place him on a towel on the floor, and they would give chest compressions, but let me tell you, a very half-assed attempt. And it wasn't CPR delivered out of love and remorse or guilt, or people who so desperately wanted to bring this boy back so he could live his life. It was out of the fact that they were terrified of the legal consequences. And that right there, that takes away any sort of diminished responsibility that they would try and go after, because quite clearly, you know what you've done wrong. And that is not diminished responsibility. That is knowingly and willingly murdering someone and then realising, shit, I don't want to go to jail, I better try and fix this. Now, when Kristy was not responding to CPR, Eric decides that, now's the time to call an ambulance. Now is the time to try and get help. And this call, again, not out of love, not out of care, he would even try and manipulate the medical staff on the phone. He didn't say, we tortured him, we need help because we've caused this, we've done something terribly wrong. He actually tells the staff on the phone that Kristy was possessed, behaving strangely, before he became unresponsive. And Magalie's in the back and she's like, yeah, Eric, that's what happened. Yeah, he was possessed, he was acting strangely. They then claim that Kristy had drowned himself in the bathtub, as if saying that drowning himself would rewrite the history of the last 3 days that quite clearly evidence torture. When these first responders arrived to that flat on Christmas Day, they were expecting it to be a drunken family feud that's gone terribly wrong. But the moment they open that door, they step into a scene so chaotic, so violent. And several of them had even admitted later that that scene was like nothing that they had ever encountered before. First responders, they had said that this flat, it didn't look lived in, it looked struggled in. There was objects strewn everywhere, furniture, chairs, sticks, metal bars, you name it, it was there. The floor was completely slick with water to the point it was actually getting their socks wet inside their boots. But this wasn't a plumbing leak, this wasn't a problem with the bathtub. It was very clear to see someone had died amongst this. Red streaks went through the water, there was pools of blood, and there was these smears where they could see that someone had clearly been dragged. First responders had said that the air in this flat, it was humid, it was dense, it had this sour smell mixed in with sweat during these struggles. And there was this eerie stillness just hovering over them. And then they spotted the children, Kristy's siblings, they were all clustered together, almost trying to hide themselves up against a wall. You could tell they were so terrified. Some were trembling, some were crying, and their clothes were quite clearly wet. Their arms and legs were also marked with cuts, bruises, scrapes, scratches. They looked exhausted, they looked traumatised, they were too weak to be able to speak. And police officers, they immediately recognised that these children, they're not merely witnesses, they themselves were victims. And then came the sight that no officer would ever be able to forget, and that was Kristy. He was laying on the bathroom floor, his thin body was battered, bruised, broken, destroyed. His limbs were at unnatural angles and his skin was eerily pale. And the officers, they didn't need a medical examiner to tell them that something awful had happened here. The injuries on Kristy himself spoke volumes. The sheer number, the sheer brutality, and the sheer panic in the eyes of the siblings. Eric and Magalie, they start over-explaining themselves. They talk about the demons, they talk about the possession. Just all this confused jibber-jabber that the police are like, shut up, like I don't want to hear this. They were mentioning the evil spirits, the strange behaviour, and it was an insult to anyone with a functioning pulse. And the officers, they cut them off almost immediately, because no sane person could look at Kristy's injuries the way he was left and say that it was anything other than sheer brutality and violence. Now, thankfully, the police, they separate the adults from the children. They want to speak to the children by themselves. They want to get to the bottom of this, what exactly happened. And the children tell them everything. And one important thing that really stood out is that the child's statements, They all lined up. I mean, they were told differently, they weren't rehearsed, but they all made the same amount of sense. These children were brokenhearted, they were sobbing, they were panicking, they were terrified. They told the police how they were also forced to hurt their brother. They told the police how their older sister had joined in on this brutality and how their brother was murdered in front of them. Medics would attempt to resuscitate Kristy, and his siblings had to watch this from the hallway, hugging onto each other, hoping and praying that maybe he might just come round. But no matter how many times or how hard these paramedics tried, Kristy was gone. After several attempts, they had no choice but to stop, and Kristy's time of death would be called in the middle of that broken torture chamber of a flat, and yet again the Christmas lights were still blinking away in the next room. And as you can probably guess, at this moment in time, Magali and Eric, they would be arrested, and the 3 other children, they were taken into protective custody. At the mortuary where Kristy's body was taken, the pathologist, who had decades of experience, who had witnessed so much disaster and tragedy, even she had to brace herself for what she was about to find. Because nothing prepares anyone to carry out an autopsy of a child who has been brutalised for 3 days. Now, the moment that examination began, it was clear that Kristy had been a victim of a brutal assault. I mean, visually it was all there. His body was a map of bruises, of welts, of cuts, scrapes, everything. The bruises were in different stages of development. There was cuts of varying depths, there was swelling, abrasions, and areas of complete rawness. His limbs were marked with defensive wounds where he had tried to protect himself and to save himself. When the pathologist was documenting all these different injuries, they concluded with over 100 injuries over this child's body, and each of them had matched the weapons that were found in that flat: the ceramic tile, pliers, a hammer, the walls of the flat. And like I said earlier, the pliers in particular, they had left very distinctive marks on this young boy. His jaw had suffered severe damage. One side showed swelling that was consistent with blunt force impact. This was heavy enough to cause deep rooted bruising and loosened teeth. Some teeth had been fractured, and these weren't cleanly broken off. They were almost jagged manner that suggests force applied during repeated blows rather than one strike. His hands were covered in defensive wounds. It was clear that he had tried to shield his face and his head from both of his attackers. The wounds in his back, they were consistent with being struck whilst he was lying down or kneeling down, and as we know, they were forced to be on their hands and knees. His legs had carried various bruises, and this just documented his attempts to escape, to move, to stand. Every single movement that had been punished. A lot of his wounds were deep enough that it was consistent with repeated blows. There was other ones that were more superficial. They were almost like marks of being dragged across different floor surfaces like carpet, wood, tile. And then they came to examining this young boy's lungs, and that water told no lies. Eric and Magali could never, ever talk their way out of this. There was unmistakable signs of forced submersion. Water had entered his airways and reached very deeply into his lungs. That drowning was described as violent, desperate, the kind of drowning where your body fights, not for long-term survival, but simply for its next breath. And then a detail that was incredibly harrowing for the pathologist and everyone that had to bear witness to the autopsy. This was the fact that Kristy's lungs had showed signs of repeated drowning attempts. His lungs had showed trauma of water inhalation on more than one occasion. This meant that he had been submerged, revived enough to continue suffering, and then submerged again. And if that is not sadistic, evil and cruel and torturous, then I don't know what is. The pathologist had recorded that the cause of death, it wasn't just one of them. It was a multitude. It was drowning. It was the beating. It was his body giving in to physical exhaustion because it couldn't handle anything more. In simpler terms, Kristy didn't die from one injury. He died from all of them. The pathologist had noted that Kristy would have suffered a significant amount of pain in his death. She wrote that his injuries were sustained and severe. She underlined that everything she found pointed not to an impulsive act of violence, but to a prolonged episode of complete brutality that had been inflicted intentionally and over multiple days. Now, when the report reached detectives, it truly became the backbone of the case because no one could argue accidental harm. No one could argue spiritual delusion as justification. And no one could try and convince the court or the investigators or anyone for that matter that they had just snapped in the moment. Because Kristy's wounds spoke for themselves. And that was that 2 adults had tortured this young boy over a series of days, systematically, deliberately, with escalating violence. This report told them just how many chances Magali had to stop Eric, how many moments Eric had to walk away but refused, how many opportunities had existed for the pair to call for help whilst Kristy was still breathing, and how every single one of those opportunities were completely ignored. As you can imagine, Magali and Eric, they were suspects from the get-go, especially when they had the testimony from the other children. When they were taken into the interview rooms, they were completely separated, because of course you don't want 2 suspects to weave their lies together and create the perfect little image. And the moment that they were parted, the cracks began to show. Now Eric, he sits down, his body's completely stiff, his arms are crossed, it's almost like he's trying to hold in his confession, like not allowing the truth to escape his body. And it was very clear to police that his whole image, it was flickering between irritation and arrogance. He was genuinely treating the police as though they were an inconvenience to him. When the police ask him to tell his accounts of the events that took place, he starts off with the usual. You know, Kristy was possessed, he was strange, he was acting strange and violent. He was a heroic exorcist, he was the one who dialed 999. He said that Kristy had brought demonic forces into his home and they had to be ridden of. And detectives, they don't interrupt him. They just let him talk and talk and talk, because no one unravels their story better than a man who's so full of his own self, who's too self-serving and proud. I mean, they give them the rope and they hang themselves. The more he explained, the less sense that was made. He insists that him and Magali were trying to save Kristy, that they were trying to rid him of the evil. He insisted that they had no choice but to carry out these rituals. In the adjoining room, there was Magali, and she looked smaller than she's ever looked before. But that smallness, it wasn't innocence, it was simply self-preservation at best. She knew what she had done. She knew what she had allowed. And she knew deep down that whatever life she had up until that moment, the moment that Kristy's heart stopped beating, had now ended. When the detectives are questioning her, she clings to Eric's story like it's a raft, like it's the frickin' door in the Titanic and you're Jack just holding on to the edge. She gave the same old spiel that Kristy was possessed, that there was demons in the home, that they had to help him, they had to do rituals to exorcise the demons, blah blah frickin' blah. But see, the thing is, and where Eric gets his merits, is that he was really committed to the cause. You know, he knew what to say for the whole spiritual delusion fantasy thing. Magali, on the other hand, she didn't have the spiritual conviction. She faltered, she contradicted herself, her timing was completely off. Detectives watched as she tried to feign concern, like she wanted to make sure her brother was okay, even though he was laying there dead in front of her. She even tried to fake grief, but the thing about grief is that it can't be faked, and whatever Magali was doing, trust me, wasn't grief. Detectives had allowed them to spill the beans for as long as they needed, you know, kept them talking, kept them contradicting themselves, kept the story unravelling. They'd even spoken to the children, and yet again, every single one of those children's stories completely lined up with what happened to Kristy. They knew they had the murderers in custody, Eric and Magali. They just wanted one of them to confess first. One of the detectives comes in the room and they place Kristy's autopsy photos in front of Eric. And Eric didn't want to look. His eyes flickered back and forth, back and forth. He couldn't stare at those photos because he knew that what was lying in that photograph wasn't a demon. It was the broken body of a 15-year-old boy who he and Magali had broken. Eric tries to be his usual delusional, arrogant self, but it quickly crumbles. And suddenly he has to go for a new bit. he tells them that he had lost control, he was overwhelmed in the moment, that everything got out of hand. But the injuries contradicted that, the timeline contradicted that, and most importantly, the children contradicted that. Now, Magali, she had actually broken earlier before Eric, and this was when she was given the children's statements, when she heard what they had said, and when she seen the autopsy photos. She finally admitted that the discipline went too far. I can't believe that she's still trying to use the word discipline to describe this whole monstrous event. And when she was talking to the police, her voice was cracking. But this wasn't because of grief. It wasn't because of what she had done. It was because she was scared of losing the man that she loved. She was scared of the consequences of her own shitty actions. She admitted that she had slapped Kristy. She admitted that she allowed Eric to do whatever he wanted. She said that she believed that Kristy was possessed. She believed every word that came out of Eric's mouth. She admitted that she valued Eric's approval more than she valued the life of her little brother. And I'm sure it comes as absolutely no shock to anyone that both of these defendants, they were formally charged with first-degree murder of a 15-year-old boy. They were also charged with 2 counts of causing bodily harm against Kristy's siblings. Now, before the trial, Eric and Magali, they undergo psychiatric evaluation to determine whether there was mental illness, whether diminished responsibility could be their defence. Now, the assessments found that Eric himself, he did suffer with certain personality disorders, and it did show paranoid beliefs, especially around witchcraft. But crucially to that, it showed that he knew what he was doing was wrong. He had full awareness of his actions, and his delusion did not remove his responsibility. I mean, I could probably have told you that from the start, and I'm sure you knew it as well. Now, Magali's assessments, even more straightforward. She didn't suffer from mental illness. She didn't suffer from delusions. She was fully aware of her reality. She was fully capable of stopping the events. And she was fully complicit. Experts had concluded that her obedience to Eric was psychological, not pathological. She participated because she chose to, not because she couldn't resist. Now, the trial would begin in early 2012, and from the moment this trial had started, it just carried this stunned heaviness that no one could believe. Now, of course, the defence, they tried to go with the delusions, the fact that Eric really believed everything that he was saying. He believed Kristy was possessed, XYZ. For Magali, her defence had said that she was heavily manipulated and that she was coerced into doing everything that Eric told her to. But the issue was, Eric wasn't telling her what to do. The prosecution laid out the details. They spoke about the autopsy, and they explained to the court that this whole ordeal, this evil ordeal, was deliberate, it was calculated, it was prolonged, it was torturous. On March 5th of 2012, after weeks of testimony, after weeks of forensic experts and reviewing Kristy's final hours in horrific detail, the jury reached the only possible conclusion. Both Eric Bikubi and Magali Bamu, they were found guilty of murder. Eric would be sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 30 years, which, don't even get me started, there shouldn't even be a minimum term, but it's the UK. Magali was sentenced to life imprisonment also, but her minimum term was 25 years. And although they have minimum terms, I'm hoping and praying that my confidence here is correct. I highly, highly doubt that they will ever see the light of day ever again. And now we come back to Kristy Bamu. Kristy should be remembered for his kindness, his sweetness, and the quiet strength that he showed even in the darkest circumstances. This boy deserved safety and he deserved love. He deserved a full life that he never got the chance to live. So when we say his name, we honour him, not for the way that his life was taken, but for that gentle, joyful boy that he truly was, and the young man that he should still be becoming. Kristy Bamu deserved a lifetime, and the very least that we can all give him now is remembrance. But my loves, that is it for another true crime and makeup episode. I know this one was disturbing. I know it was horrifying, the details that we went into, but I am so thankful and grateful that you stuck around for this video, because with what these victims go through, the least we can do is be uncomfortable for an hour or however long it takes. If you do enjoy my content, please don't forget to like, comment and subscribe before you leave this video. Please don't forget to hype the video. It really helps boost me out to the YouTube algorithm. It's so important to help grow in my channel, so it would mean the world to me if you could do that. Any details you need regarding me, myself and I, they will all be found listed down below in the description. Social media handles, products used on my face today. But with all that being said, that is it for today. Please, please, please remember, be a good person. Do not be a bad person. Stay safe. Look after each other. And I will see you in the next one. Bye.